In the very early hours of the 27th of March 2003, a 4-year-old boy was lying in his bed in rural Ohio. He suddenly heard his bedroom door creak open. Now, he was used to this sound. He figured it was just his great-grandparents, the people he lived with, coming in to check on him like they sometimes did. And so, he's a little kid. He just squeezed his eyes shut and pretended to be sound asleep. But he could hear the distinct sound of footsteps making their way across his bedroom. He heard the old floorboards groaning under someone's weight. And then, the footsteps stopped right next to his bed. The silence was heavy. Curious, the little boy couldn't help himself. He slowly, carefully, opened his eyes, just a tiny crack, and what he saw standing over him was not his great-grandparents. It was a huge green monster. On the evening of Wednesday, the 26th of March 2003, a 55-year-old woman named Linda Myers was driving her car down a quiet 2-lane road in Darke County, Ohio. Darke County was the kind of place where towns were small and separated by vast stretches of farmland. It was peaceful, predictable. As Linda drove, the sun was beginning to set, casting a warm orange glow over the empty fields. She was on her way home from the pizza shop that she and her husband, Jack, owned in a nearby town. It was a place they had built together, a source of pride for them both. Eventually, Linda turned off the paved road and onto a long gravel driveway. This path led to the sprawling 40-acre farm where she and Jack lived. It was their sanctuary, a place far removed from the noise of the world. She parked her car outside their old, charming farmhouse. Before getting out, she reached into the back seat and grabbed a vinyl deposit bag. It was heavy with the cash and checks from the day's sales at the pizza shop. She stepped out of the car, and the quiet of the countryside washed over her. The farm was so isolated that she couldn't hear any passing cars or the distant sounds of neighbors. The only noises were the gentle bleating of their sheep in a nearby pasture and the familiar intermittent buzz of power tools coming from the barn. Jack was working on something again. She walked around to the back of the barn, and sure enough, there he was. Jack was hunched over the engine of a beat-up old car, his hands covered in grease. He and Linda had been married for about 7 years. This was Linda's third marriage, but with Jack, it felt different. It felt right. She truly believed he was her soulmate. Jack was a man who couldn't sit still. In addition to co-owning the pizza shop with Linda, he also worked a full-time job at a local manufacturing plant. And on top of all that, he had a side business restoring classic cars. It was his passion. So it was no surprise to Linda to find him out here, tinkering with an engine as the sun went down. Sitting in the grass right beside the car, playing with a heavy wrench, was Linda's 4-year-old great-grandson, Damien. The moment Damien saw Linda approaching, his face lit up with a huge smile. He dropped the wrench, scrambled to his feet, and ran over to her, wrapping his small arms around her legs in a big hug. Seeing Damien's smile always made Linda feel a mix of joy and a little bit of sadness. It was a bittersweet feeling. Damien was the son of Linda's granddaughter, Amber. But Amber had become pregnant when she was only 14 years old. She was just a child herself and in no position to raise a baby. So Linda and Jack, without a second thought, had offered to take Damien in. They said they would raise him for a few years, just until Amber could finish high school and get her life on a stable track. It was supposed to be a temporary arrangement. Of course, the situation wasn't perfect. There were complications. One of the biggest problems was Damien's biological father. He was furious about the custody agreement. He felt he had been completely cut out of his son's life. Even now, 4 years later, he would still argue with Linda. He would accuse her of keeping him from his son. But Linda had her reasons. She had seen too many young fathers make promises and then disappear. She was terrified that he would come into Damien's life only to abandon him later. She couldn't bear the thought of her great-grandson going through that kind of heartbreak. So she stood firm. She didn't want him around Damien at all. Besides, Damien would have another father figure in his life soon enough. In the last couple of years, Amber had really turned her life around. She had finished school, she had met a wonderful new man, and they had gotten married. They were building a life together. And their plan was that as soon as Damien finished his current year of preschool, in just a couple of months, they were going to take him in and raise him on their own. Linda was incredibly proud of Amber. She had watched her granddaughter grow from a scared teenager into a responsible young woman. But at the same time, the thought of Damien leaving brought a pang of sadness. She and Jack were going to miss him terribly. They loved him with all their hearts. In every way that mattered, he was their son. Linda could see that Jack was deep in concentration, focused entirely on the car's engine. She knew he didn't like to be interrupted when he was in the zone. So she just said a quick hello to him, then scooped Damien up into her arms and carried him over to the farmhouse. She opened the back door, set the little boy down on the floor, and told him to go wash his hands and get ready for dinner. Then, Linda walked into the kitchen. She went into the adjoining dining room and casually dropped the deposit bag from the pizza shop onto one of the chairs. The bag was full of that day's cash. Her plan was simple. She would take it to the bank first thing in the morning. Linda pulled out a pan and started cooking dinner. It wasn't long before her husband Jack came inside, his hands and arms streaked with car grease. He walked over to the kitchen sink to wash up. While the water ran, Linda came up behind him and started asking him about his day. Jack just grumbled in response. He was clearly agitated about something. He started complaining about a customer he'd sold a car to the previous year. The man had bought it on a payment plan, but had now missed 3 payments in a row. Jack said he was going to have to drive out to the man's house the next day and repossess the car. It was a hassle he didn't need. Linda could see how tense Jack was. His shoulders were tight, his voice was strained, but she knew it wasn't really about the missed car payment. That was just a small annoyance. The truth was, Jack had been on edge for the past week, ever since he had a huge argument with his 25-year-old son, Greg. Greg had always been a shy, mild-mannered kid. He was incredibly close with his dad. In fact, Greg had been the best man at Jack and Linda's wedding 7 years ago. But recently, Greg's life had started to unravel. He was going through a messy divorce. He was struggling with drinking and drug abuse. He'd been missing shifts at his job. Things were not going well for him. And so, earlier that month, Greg had come to the farm. He had asked Jack for money. He said his house was about to be foreclosed on and he needed help. But Jack had decided to practice tough love. He had drawn a line in the sand and said no. He told Greg that if he wanted to keep his house, he needed to clean up his act, stop the substance abuse, and get back to work. He wasn't just going to hand him money to enable his bad habits. This, of course, had led to a massive fight between them. Words were exchanged that couldn't be taken back. And now, Linda had a strong feeling that Jack was genuinely worried. He was afraid that he had done real, permanent damage to his relationship with Greg. He was scared that their relationship might be broken beyond repair. And this fear was rooted in past experience. Something very similar had happened with Jack's other son, Travis. About 7 years earlier, when Travis was 21, he and Jack had gotten into a terrible argument. It was so bad that Travis packed his bags, moved out, and they hadn't spoken a single word to each other since. 7 years of silence. Linda was sure that Jack was now terrified that the same thing was about to happen with Greg. He couldn't bear the thought of losing both of his sons. So, while Jack stood at the sink washing the grease from his hands, Linda gently rubbed his shoulders. She told him not to worry so much about Greg. She said Greg had a good head on his shoulders, deep down. He was just going through a rough patch and needed a little nudge to get back on track. That's all Jack had done. He had given him that nudge. She reassured him, telling him he had made the right call. She said Greg would get through this and would come to understand his father's decision sooner or later. After that, Linda set the table and she called the family to dinner. A little while later, after they had all eaten and cleaned up the kitchen, Linda glanced up at the clock on the wall. She realized it was getting late. Damien had preschool in the morning, and she didn't want him to be tired and grumpy. She scooped the little boy up and carried him to his room upstairs to get him ready for bed. She helped him change into his pajamas. She helped him brush his teeth. Then she tucked him into his bed, gave him a kiss goodnight, and quietly closed his bedroom door. Linda went back downstairs, and before long, she and Jack were getting ready for bed too. Soon, Linda was in their bedroom on the first floor. She had turned on a small lamp on her nightstand. She changed into her own pajamas and crawled under the covers. Once Jack was settled in beside her, she reached over and turned off the light, plunging the room into darkness. And within minutes, they both fell asleep. But several hours later, in the dead of night, Linda was violently woken up by a horribly loud noise. It was a deafening crack that echoed through the silent farmhouse. She sat bolt upright in bed, her heart pounding in her chest. She looked around, disoriented. When her eyes finally adjusted to the darkness, she saw a figure in the room. And she gasped. The next morning, at a church just a mile down the road from Linda and Jack's house, a preschool teacher was getting her classroom ready for the day. As the children began to arrive, she noticed there was an empty chair. One of her students, 4-year-old Damien Huffman, was late. This wasn't entirely unusual. She knew Damien's great-grandparents led very busy lives. They owned a business, Jack had another job, they ran a farm. She just figured they were running a bit behind schedule that morning. So she started the class, hoping they would drop Damien off before he missed too much of the day's activities. About an hour later, at 9:30 in the morning, she was leading the class in their morning sing-alongs. Suddenly, the classroom door burst open and Damien came sprinting inside. At first, the teacher was just relieved to see him. But then she got a closer look. Damien looked frazzled. He was out of breath, his face was pale. He wasn't carrying his little backpack. And he was still wearing his pajamas. And then she saw it. There was a smear of something dark and brown on the front of his pajama shirt. She quickly ran over to him and knelt down. As she got closer, she realized with a jolt that the brown spot was dried blood. The teacher asked Damien what was going on, where his great-grandparents were. He looked up at her with a scared, confused expression on his little face, and he told her that his great-grandparents' faces were melting. About 15 minutes after that, a police sergeant named Mark Whitaker, along with his partner, was driving his cruiser down a secluded road toward a farmhouse in rural Ohio. Sergeant Whitaker had been a detective with the Darke County Sheriff's Department for 5 years. He was the head of the investigative unit. So, when the department got a very strange 911 call that morning from a local preschool, he was the one sent out to investigate. The call had been routed from the preschool teacher. She had explained that a 4-year-old student named Damien Huffman had shown up for school alone, covered in what looked like blood, out of breath, and saying something very strange about his great-grandparents' faces melting. The teacher identified the great-grandparents as Linda and Jack Myers and gave the police their address. Now, Whitaker had no idea what a 4-year-old boy could possibly mean by melting faces. He didn't know what kind of situation he and his partner were about to walk into when they arrived at the farm. But he had a gut feeling that it was not going to be good. They pulled up to the farm and parked at the end of the long gravel road. When Whitaker got out of his car, the first thing he noticed was how eerily quiet it was. It was a profound silence. There was another farmhouse just across the road and a few more scattered on the horizon, but otherwise they were surrounded by nothing but empty fields stretching in every direction. Whitaker started walking towards the front door of the farmhouse. As he got closer, he saw that the front door was already standing wide open. He scanned the doorframe and the lock. There were no clear signs of a forced entry, no splintered wood or pry marks. But nonetheless, seeing an open door at a potential crime scene set off alarms. Whitaker and his partner reflexively drew their weapons. They stepped carefully across the threshold and into the house. Whitaker began calling out, announcing their presence, asking if anybody was home, but his voice was met with only silence. There was no response. From where he was standing in the entryway, he could see another open door inside the house. This one led to a set of stairs that went down, presumably to a basement. Whitaker decided to ignore the basement for now. Standard procedure was to clear the main living areas first. So, he and his partner continued clearing the first floor. They moved cautiously into the kitchen. Once they were sure it was empty, they continued down a hallway until they found a doorway that led into a bedroom. And when Whitaker stepped inside that bedroom, he found Damien's great-grandparents, Jack and Linda Myers. They were lying in their bed, side by side. And he could tell immediately from the amount of blood and the stillness of their bodies that they were both dead. Jack was lying on his stomach. Whitaker could see a large, devastating bullet wound on the back of his neck. As for Linda, she was lying on her back. She had multiple gunshot wounds, one to her face and another to her hand. It looked as if she had raised her hand in a desperate, final attempt to defend herself before she was shot. At this point, Whitaker and his partner did a full, systematic search of the rest of the house, upstairs and down, just to make sure the shooter was no longer there. The house was empty. The two officers returned to the bedroom to begin the grim task of investigating the bodies and the immediate scene. Whitaker put on a pair of latex gloves. He gently touched the wound on Linda's face. The blood was still warm and wet to the touch. Based on this, he figured they had likely only been dead for a few hours at most. He scanned the floor around the bed, looking for shell casings. He didn't see any. This was significant. It meant the killer had taken the time to go through the trouble of picking them up afterward. They were trying to cover their tracks to remove evidence. Then, Whitaker's partner called his attention to something strange. It was a weird, plasticky bundle lying on a pillow near Jack's head. Whitaker carefully picked it up. He saw that it was a piece of thick quilting fabric that had been wadded up and was covered in layers of masking tape. It was a crude, homemade object. His best guess, based on his experience, was that it was a homemade gun silencer. The killer had likely taped it to the end of their gun barrel to try and muffle the sound of the gunshots. And it must have been blown off at some point when they actually started shooting. This immediately raised a question in Whitaker's mind. If this was a silencer, why would a killer even need one? They were so far out in the middle of nowhere. The nearest neighbor was a good distance away. But then, Whitaker left the bedroom and went up the flight of stairs to the second floor. He went into the room that was located directly above where the murders had taken place. He opened the door and found a child's bedroom. It was full of stuffed animals and toy trucks. It was obviously Damien's room. And it was at that moment that Whitaker had a chilling realization. The killer must have known there was going to be a toddler sleeping right upstairs when they committed this crime. They needed the silencer not to hide the sound from the neighbors, but to avoid waking the child in the house. This detail shifted everything. It meant that the killer almost certainly knew Jack and Linda personally. This was not a random act of violence. Within minutes, more officers from the Darke County Sheriff's Office began to arrive, swarming the property. Whitaker went outside to supervise the expanding scene. Pretty quickly, a forensics officer called him over to look at something they had found. It was a set of clear footprints in the soft mud next to the house. Whitaker followed the trail of footprints. They led around the side of the house to a small basement window. The window pane itself had been carefully pried off and was lying on the ground, leaving an open hole that was just big enough for a person to squeeze through. Whitaker crouched down and peered through the open space. He could see that inside there was a set of stairs leading up to the main part of the house. He realized this must have been how the killer got inside. And it also explained why, when they had first entered the house, they had seen the door to the basement standing wide open. This discovery only made Whitaker more certain that this crime had to have been committed by somebody close to the couple. The killer knew the layout of the house. They knew about the basement window. Whitaker told the forensics officer to make a plaster cast of the footprints. With any luck, they could figure out the exact type and size of shoe the killer was wearing. As Whitaker stood back up, he noticed something else. The telephone lines that ran along the side of the house had been cut. The wires were cleanly severed. The killer had clearly planned this attack ahead of time. They had made sure that nobody inside this house would be able to call for help. Just then, a truck pulled up at the end of the long driveway. A woman got out and started walking cautiously toward the house. Whitaker quickly went over to intercept her to stop her from getting too close to the active crime scene. He asked her what she needed. She explained that she was a neighbor who lived at the next property over. She said she had seen all the police cars coming down the road and didn't know what was going on, but she felt she had some information that they might find useful. The neighbor said that around 4:30 that morning, she had been awake and had seen a minivan leaving the Myers farm. It had been too dark for her to see the color of the vehicle, but it had stuck out in her mind because, as far as she knew, the Myers did not own a minivan. Hearing this, Whitaker realized that this woman may have seen the killer leaving the property. And if that was true, it meant the murders most likely happened sometime before 4:30 in the morning. This was a potentially crucial piece of the timeline. He thanked the neighbor for her help. After she left, he went back inside the house to look for more clues. He was trying to piece together a motive. He felt strongly that whoever had done this knew Linda and Jack. But that didn't automatically explain why. There could be any number of reasons for the attack. Maybe it was a robbery that went wrong. Maybe it was an act of personal revenge. He just didn't know. But as he began walking through the house again, he found that deposit bag full of cash sitting in plain sight in the dining room. This was a major discovery. It strongly suggested that this was not a robbery. A thief would certainly have taken a bag full of cash. He also noted that there were some fairly expensive electronics in the living room, a television and a stereo system, that also had not been touched. So, the robbery theory seemed to be off the table. But when Whitaker went back upstairs to take a closer look at the toddler's bedroom, he noticed something odd. On the child's bedding, there was a small, little red stain. It looked like a spot of dried blood. While the forensics teams were still meticulously combing over the farmhouse, another investigator who had been assigned to the case, a man named Detective Mike Burns, went to the local preschool. His goal was to speak to 4-year-old Damien. Burns was a father himself, and he felt an immediate wave of empathy and connection to this little boy who at this point looked terrified and completely bewildered by everything that was happening. He knew it was going to be incredibly difficult for Damien to talk about something so traumatic. But Damien was the only potential witness. He was in the house when his great-grandparents were killed. Speaking to him was the police's best chance at figuring out what had happened. So, Burns sat down on the floor with Damien inside a quiet, private room at the school. He spoke in a soft, gentle voice. He asked him to explain what had happened that morning. Damien, speaking in the simple, direct way that a 4-year-old does, said he had woken up around 8:45 in the morning. The house had been very, very quiet. So, he got out of his bed and went into his great-grandparents' bedroom. He said that both of them were in the bed. At first, he thought they were just sleeping. But when he tried to wake them up, they wouldn't move. Then he realized there was blood on their faces. He said he had tried to wipe the blood off with some Kleenex wipes he found, but there was so much of it. He realized then that something was very, very wrong. He thought for a second that their faces were melting. And so, in a panic, thinking he had to save his great-grandparents, he had run the full mile all the way down the road to his preschool to get help. Burns was amazed that this 4-year-old child could remember and articulate so much about such a horrifying experience. But he was also very grateful. The child's story explained why there was blood on Damien's pajama shirt. However, it did not explain the other mystery, why they had also found that small spot of blood on Damien's own bed. So, Burns asked Damien if he had gone back into his own room at any point after finding his great-grandparents. But Damien shook his head and said no. He said he had gone straight out the front door and ran to his school. Burns felt there had to be more to the story. Otherwise, he just couldn't explain how a drop of blood wound up in Damien's room. So, he brought over a dollhouse and some small figures. He asked Damien to act out everything that had happened the night before, using the toys to represent himself and his great-grandparents. Damien picked up the toy that represented himself and put it into the bed in one of the dollhouse rooms. Then he put the figures for Jack and Linda into the bed in the other room. He said everybody went to sleep at their normal bedtimes. But then he said that later, in the middle of the night, he heard his bedroom door open. He said somebody came inside. Burns asked Damien who it was. Damien paused for a long moment, and then he said, "The green monster." At first, Burns wasn't sure what to make of this. He wondered if Damien was just letting his imagination run wild, or maybe describing a nightmare he'd had. But then, Damien set the toys down. To represent the green monster, he used his own fingers. He made his fingers crawl like a spider across the floor of the dollhouse, moving toward Damien's bed. Damien explained that he had heard the door to his room open. He had opened his eyes just a tiny little bit, but he didn't want to let on that he was fully awake. So, he was just squinting his eyes. And he said when he did that, he saw the green monster standing right next to his bed. And the green monster was pointing a gun at him. Damien was so terrified, he said he slammed his eyes shut and just pretended to be fast asleep. And then, he said when he opened his eyes again, the green monster was gone. After hearing this, Burns realized that Damien's recollection was almost certainly not a dream. It was too specific, too real. More likely than not, Damien had come face to face with the person who killed his great-grandparents. They were the green monster. After leaving the preschool, the next priority for Detective Burns was to speak to Damien's mother, 19-year-old Amber Holscher. The detective drove out to Amber's house, which was in a nearby town. When he rang the doorbell, she answered it right away. At this point, no one in the family had been officially notified about the murders. So, Amber seemed to have no idea why a detective would be standing on her doorstep. Burns knew this was going to be difficult, so he gently said to her that he needed to come inside and speak with her. Confused, Amber agreed and let him in. They sat down together in her living room. Then Burns, as gently as he could, told her that her grandparents, Linda and Jack Myers, were no longer with them. But when Amber heard this, she just looked confused. She asked what he meant. Where had they gone? So Burns took a deep breath, and he clarified. He told her that they were deceased. The word hung in the air. Amber looked completely shocked. Her face went white. The first words out of her mouth were, "Is Damien dead too?" But Burns quickly reassured her. No, he said. He's alive. He's safe. But he explained that Damien was going to be kept in protective custody for a while. They were concerned that whoever killed Jack and Linda might try to come back and hurt him too. And until they had narrowed down the suspects, Damien would not be allowed to see anybody in the family, and that included her, his own mother. At this point, Amber just broke down and began to cry. Burns felt terrible for her, but his mind was racing. He was thinking about Damien. He knew he had to solve this case as quickly as humanly possible. Every day that went by unsolved would be another day that this little boy would have to spend alone in the system without any family to comfort him after what he'd been through. Based on Amber's genuine shock and immediate concern for her son, and the fact that Damien had not mentioned seeing his mother on the night of the murder, Burns thought it was highly unlikely that Amber was a suspect, but she might know something that could help the investigation. So, once she had calmed down a bit, Burns asked her if she knew of anyone who might have wanted to hurt her grandparents. And right away, she nodded. The first person she mentioned was Damien's father, Andrew Huffman. She said Andrew hated Linda because Linda wouldn't let him see Damien. She told the detective that, in fact, just recently, Andrew had shown up at Linda's pizza shop and started a huge fight with her right there in public about custody. The argument had escalated to the point where Andrew had publicly threatened to kill Linda. This obviously caught Burns's attention in a big way. It was a clear and direct threat. It also made perfect sense as a motive. If Linda and Jack were out of the way, Andrew would have a much easier path to getting custody of Damien. So he thanked Amber for her time and promised he would be in touch with any updates. As soon as he was back in his car, he called Sergeant Whitaker and told him everything he had just learned. Later that same day, Whitaker and his partner made the 2-hour drive to Andrew's address in Newport, Kentucky. When they arrived, Andrew quickly came to the door and let them inside. They all sat down, and Andrew looked at them, clearly wondering what was going on. They told him that Linda and Jack had been murdered, and they watched Andrew's face very carefully for his reaction. He seemed very surprised by the news, but he definitely did not seem upset or sad. Andrew then freely admitted that he did not get along with Amber's family at all. And when Whitaker asked him about the big argument at the pizza shop, Andrew didn't deny it. He admitted that he had, in the heat of the moment, threatened to kill Linda. But he swore he would never actually do it. He said it was just an empty threat, something he said out of anger and frustration. Still, Whitaker thought Andrew looked very suspicious. His demeanor was off. So he asked him for an alibi. Andrew said he had stayed over at a girl's house on the night of the murder. And in the morning, he had stopped by his dad's house for a bit and then had gone straight to his job. He said they could ask all of those people and they would all confirm where he was. Whitaker wrote all of this information down. He asked Andrew a few more questions and then thanked him for his time. As soon as the detectives left Andrew's apartment, they immediately went to go check on his alibi. They went to the woman's house. Then they went to Andrew's dad's house. And then they also went to his place of work. And to their disappointment, everybody at all 3 locations confirmed Andrew's story. They all backed up his alibi. So, unless all of them were lying for him, it left no window of time where Andrew could have possibly driven 2 hours away to Ohio, murdered Jack and Linda, and then driven 2 hours back. Whitaker was disappointed. They had basically wasted most of the day chasing a lead that now looked like it wasn't going to go anywhere. And all the while, he was thinking about that little boy, Damien, who was all alone, waiting for them to find the person who had turned his world upside down. The following morning, Detective Burns, the same officer who had spoken to Damien and his mother Amber, was sitting inside his office feeling very frustrated. He had one main goal for the day. He wanted to find and interview Jack's estranged son, the 28-year-old Travis Myers. But it was looking like that was going to be much harder than he had anticipated. The day before, a number of sheriff's deputies had fanned out and interviewed Linda and Jack's family members and friends. And several family members in particular had mentioned that Travis and his father Jack had some very bad blood between them. When Burns had dug into the files on Travis, he found out that Travis also had a criminal record. But there was a big problem. It appeared that Travis hadn't even been in the state of Ohio for the last 7 years. The last anyone in the family had heard, he had moved to Arizona to live with his mother. But when Burns had called the mother that morning, she said that she actually didn't know where Travis was at all. And there was no other current address on record for Travis. So, Burns basically had no idea where he was. He began to wonder how he was going to track this man down. He decided the best place to start would be by visiting Travis's younger brother, Jack's other son, whose name was Greg. Burns knew from the case file that Greg lived only a few towns over. And even though he wasn't sure how close the two brothers were, especially after so many years, it was the only lead he really had. A little while later, Burns showed up at Greg's house and knocked on the front door. A moment later, a young man wearing a baseball cap answered. He looked exhausted, and his eyes were red and swollen, as if he'd been crying. Burns asked if he was Greg Myers. The young man nodded and stepped aside to let him in. Greg did not seem remotely surprised to see a detective at his door. He said the police had already contacted him the night before to tell him about the murder of his father and stepmother. And ever since that phone call, he said he'd just been sitting at home waiting for somebody to come by and talk to him. He'd seen enough TV crime shows to know that family members were always the first suspects. But when they got into the living room, Burns stopped in his tracks. There was another young man standing in the doorway, and he looked a lot like Greg. Burns asked who it was. And Greg said, "Oh, that's my brother Travis." Burns couldn't believe his luck. He had come here just hoping to get a clue about where Travis might be. He never imagined he would just find Travis standing right there in Greg's house. This was a huge development. Up until this moment, Burns had no idea if Travis was even in the state at the time of the murders. But Greg would go on to tell him that Travis had actually been back in Ohio for the past several weeks. He was staying in an apartment that he had rented right nearby. Burns immediately thought the timing seemed incredibly suspicious. It just seemed way too convenient that Travis had decided to come back into town for the first time in almost a decade, right before his estranged father and stepmother were killed. It just felt too perfect. And also, at this point, it just seemed really strange that these two brothers were just standing there together, as if they were waiting for the police to come and question them. Something about the whole scene just felt off. So Burns, operating on a gut instinct, told them both that in order to question them properly, they would actually need to come with him down to the station and do it formally there. Less than an hour later, Detective Burns opened the door of the Darke County Sheriff's Office and showed Greg and Travis Myers inside. Now, neither of the brothers was under arrest yet, but Burns had a strong feeling that by the end of their interviews, one or even both of them could be. Burns took Greg into his own office for questioning, while Burns's partner took Travis into a separate interview room down the hall. As soon as Greg sat down in the chair in front of the desk, Burns noticed that he wasn't making eye contact with him. He was shifting in his seat, acting shifty. But pretty quickly, Greg said that he was perfectly willing to tell the detectives anything they wanted to know if it could help them solve his dad and stepmother's murders. And so Burns immediately began asking questions. He asked Greg where he was and what he was doing in the early hours of Thursday morning when Jack and Linda were killed. Greg told him that for the most part, he was just at home, asleep. That is, until about 4:30 in the morning, when he got up to go to his job at a factory that was a few towns over. He also said his girlfriend was at home with him the whole night, and she could confirm that. He then said he drove to work in his minivan. He clocked in at 5:23 in the morning, and he even had a signed time card back at his house that would prove it. Burns was immediately very interested to learn that Greg drove a minivan. He remembered that the neighbor had said she saw a minivan leaving the Myers farm around 4:30 on the morning of the murders, suggesting the killer drove a minivan. However, as Burns thought about it more, he started to realize that even if Greg's alibi were a little shaky or didn't check out perfectly, the timing alone likely ruled him out as the primary suspect. It seemed basically impossible for him to drive from his house at 4:30 in the morning, when he said he left, go all the way to the farm, commit the murders, then drive all the way to the factory, and still be able to clock in at 5:23 in the morning, the time stamped on his card. There just wasn't enough time to do all of that. And also, pretty much everyone in the family had told the detectives that Greg was quite close with his father Jack and his stepmother Linda. Now, he was having some serious problems with drugs and alcohol, but he had no prior history of crime or violence. None of his family members thought he seemed capable of being a killer. So, even though Greg remained a person of interest, Burns decided he would shift the main focus of his investigation to the other brother, Travis. So Burns asked Greg how Travis had reacted when he heard about Jack and Linda's murders. Greg said Travis had been upset, but that he'd mostly just been concerned about how Greg himself was coping because Greg was the one who was much closer to Jack and Linda. Travis was estranged. Greg went on to say that it had been at least 7 years since Travis and his father had spoken a single word to each other, and that those two did not get along at all. Burns asked Greg about the details of that falling out between Jack and Travis. Greg said it all came down to business disagreements on the farm. He said Travis had felt like his father was cheating him out of money. They had a huge argument that got really ugly. So Travis had just quit the business, packed his bags, and moved away. Burns thought about this. He wondered if maybe Travis stood to inherit any money if his father died. Because if so, that would definitely be a solid motive for murder. And so Burns made 2 mental notes for himself. One was to follow up and verify Greg's alibi, just in case. And the other was to look into Jack's will to see how his assets were going to be divided up between his 2 sons. After that, he thanked Greg for his cooperation, told him to wait in his office, and then Burns left the room. He went right down the hall, and he waited outside the door while his partner finished questioning Travis. Burns's partner would later say that Travis had seemed really nervous from the very moment he stepped inside the interview room. The detective had asked him what he was doing back in Ohio after all these years. Travis said he'd just been reevaluating his life recently, and he'd realized that he'd never actually met his brother Greg's children, his own nieces and nephews. So, he'd come back to Ohio to do just that and spend some time with them. Then, the detective asked him what he was doing on the night that Jack and Linda were killed. And Travis stuttered out that he was sleeping in his apartment. The detective asked him if he had anybody who could confirm that alibi. Travis kind of hesitated for a moment and then shook his head and said no. Then the detective asked Travis if he had a car. Travis said that at the moment he was driving his mother's car, a white minivan. After getting debriefed by his partner about this interview with Travis, Burns went back into his own office. By this point, Greg had been moved out and put in a different waiting room. Burns sat down at his desk and he began going over the evidence they had collected so far. Now, the investigation up to this point had been moving really quickly, and so there actually wasn't a whole lot of hard evidence yet. In fact, it had only been about 24 hours since the forensic evidence had been sent to the crime lab, so they were still waiting for the results on pretty much everything, from the fingerprints to the ballistics. Burns knew that at this point, the best thing he could do while he waited for more evidence was go and follow up on Travis and Greg's alibis. After all, they were the victims' children, and he already had a strong feeling that the killer had to be someone connected personally to the victims. And they both drove minivans. So really, either one of them could be the killer. But just then, Burns's phone rang. He picked it up, and it was a local man. The man said he had seen a news report on TV about Jack and Linda's murders, and he had some information that he thought just might help. The man said that a few days earlier, his friend had called him to see if he knew where they could buy a gun. And when this man, who was talking to Burns, had asked his friend why he needed the gun, the friend had said it was because he, quote, wanted to shoot Jack Myers. The man on the phone told Burns the name of his friend who had said this. And as soon as Burns heard that name, he knew exactly who his murderer was. Based on this crucial phone call, as well as the forensic evidence that would soon come back from the crime scene, this is what police believe happened to Jack and Linda Myers on the morning of March 27, 2003. Early on the morning of the murders, the killer woke up and got out of bed. The first thing they did was put on a green hunting jumpsuit. They also packed a bag with several items, a roll of duct tape, a box of trash bags, and a roll of masking tape. Then they put on a pair of latex gloves and loaded the 12-gauge shotgun that they had purchased from a classified ad just 2 days earlier. They carried all their supplies out to their minivan. After they were ready, they hopped into the driver's seat, turned on the car, and then drove a familiar route through the dark, open fields of Darke County. They were calm at first, focused on the task ahead. But as they turned onto the gravel road that led to Jack and Linda's farm, their heart began to race. The killer felt like they had planned all of this out meticulously. They had prepared for anything that could go wrong. So now, all they had to do was control their nerves and stick to the plan. The killer parked the minivan right outside the farmhouse. Then, while still inside the vehicle, they climbed into the back seat and grabbed their shotgun. They took the thick piece of quilting fabric and wrapped it tightly around the barrel of the shotgun, using the masking tape to secure it in place. This was their do-it-yourself silencer. But as they went through these planned motions, the killer's hands were shaking. They were nervous, because as much as they had planned for this, it really was not something they actually wanted to do. But they felt like they had to. They felt backed into a corner. So after their gun had its crude silencer attached, they slung it over their shoulder. Then they got out of the van and crept around to the side of the house. Once they were there, they used a tool to cut the phone lines, making sure nobody inside would be able to call for help. Then they knelt down in the dirt and mud, pried open the basement window, and climbed inside. Once inside the dark basement, the killer walked to the stairs. They went up to the first floor and walked straight to the bedroom where they knew Jack and Linda would be asleep. They went inside. And there they were, sleeping in their beds. The killer took a deep, shuddering breath and then raised the shotgun. They fired a single round into the back of Jack's neck. But the force of the gunshot was so powerful that it blasted the homemade silencer right off the end of the barrel. It wasn't silent at all. It was extremely loud. The wadded-up fabric and tape landed on the pillow right next to Jack's head. And almost immediately, from the chaos and the noise, Linda sat bolt upright in bed. She looked straight at the killer, and she saw what was happening. She instinctively raised a hand to try and defend herself. And in a moment of sheer panic, the killer just turned the shotgun on her. They fired twice. One blast went through her hand, and the other struck her right in the face. At this point, the killer just paused and waited, listening. The silencer had sort of muffled the first shot, but the second two were incredibly loud. They knew that noise could have easily woken up the third person who they knew was in this house. A person they really did not want to hurt. But if they had to, they would. So, just to make sure they didn't leave any loose ends, they left Linda and Jack's bedroom, confident that they were dead, and they crept upstairs to little Damien's room. They went inside. They carefully walked over to the side of the boy's bed. They raised their shotgun and aimed it at this child, waiting to see if he was awake. But the little boy appeared to be sound asleep. And so, the killer spared him. They lowered their shotgun and quietly walked out of the room. Once they were back out in the hallway, they shut Damien's door and then hurried right out of the house. From there, they got back in their minivan and they sped off into the darkness. A few miles away, they stopped on a bridge and tossed their gun, their supplies, and the green jumpsuit into a river. And then they changed into their work clothes. They drove to the factory where they would clock in at precisely 5:23 in the morning. The killer was Jack's younger son, Greg Myers. Greg had been having serious problems with money and drug abuse. His father, Jack, had refused to bail him out, and they were fighting about it. But Greg knew that he would stand to inherit the farm if his father died. And he was so desperate, so deep in his problems, that he decided murder was his best and only option. When police timed the drive from Jack and Linda's farm to Greg's workplace, they found that he would have had just enough time to commit the horrible double murder and then drive straight to work and clock in by 5:23, just as he claimed. Greg was ultimately arrested about 48 hours after the crime. The arrest happened so quickly that police were actually still gathering the evidence they would use against him. They later recovered the gun, the other supplies, and the shoes that matched the prints found outside the house from a river right near the farm. Fingerprints on the items and receipts for their purchase tied them all back to Greg. He was convicted of murder and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. As for Damien, following the murders, he would go to live with his mother, Amber. Despite everything he witnessed at just 4 years old, Amber said in a 2021 documentary that he is now a young man and is doing very well. Cases like this remind us that sometimes the most terrifying monsters are not hiding in the woods or under the bed, they're already inside the family. If you enjoyed today's story, let me know your thoughts in the comments. And if you want more strange, dark, and mysterious true crime stories, there's an entire playlist waiting for you right now. Until next time. In the winter of 1990, a 31-year-old man named John O'Brien was working as a professional landscaper in a quiet, normal suburb just outside of the bustling city of Chicago, Illinois. John loved his job, and he spent his spring, summer, and autumn months working outdoors, transforming people's yards, planting beautiful gardens, and laying down fresh sod. But, as anyone who has ever lived in Illinois knows, the winters in Chicago can be absolutely brutal. By the time January of 1990 rolled around, the ground was frozen solid, the wind was freezing, and the temperatures had dropped well below zero. Landscaping work had completely dried up for the season, and John was spending most of his days cooped up inside his house, trying to stay warm and dreaming of warmer weather. Eventually, John decided that he could not take the freezing cold anymore. He contacted his close friend David, who was also feeling completely exhausted by the long, dark, and bitterly cold Chicago winter. The two friends began talking about taking a vacation. They did not want to go just anywhere. They wanted to go somewhere incredibly warm, sunny, and beautiful. They wanted a true tropical escape where they could lay on a beach and completely forget about the snow and ice back home. After looking through various travel guides and flight options, the two men decided to book a trip to the beautiful Caribbean islands of Trinidad and Tobago. This was a twin island nation located in the southern Caribbean, known for its incredible weather, vibrant culture, and stunning sandy beaches. It seemed like the absolute perfect destination for their tropical getaway. They booked their flights and accommodation quickly, eager to leave as soon as possible. It is believed they boarded their plane and left Chicago on either January 8th or January 9th of 1990. When they landed in Trinidad, the contrast to Chicago was immediate and glorious. The air was warm, humid, and tropical. They stepped off the plane, walked through the airport, and made their way to their hotel. The hotel they had booked was located very close to the airport in Trinidad, which was incredibly convenient. They checked in, went up to their room, dropped their heavy winter luggage, and immediately changed into shorts and t-shirts. They were excited to start their vacation, so they headed straight out to explore the local town. Over the next several days, John and David had an amazing time. They walked through the streets of Trinidad, took in the sights, and sampled some of the delicious local Caribbean food. They decided they also wanted to see the sister island of Tobago, which was known for being even more laid-back and scenic. So, they took a relaxing 4-hour boat ride across the water to Tobago. They spent their days lounging on pristine beaches, swimming in the warm ocean water, and just relaxing. They felt incredibly lucky to be in paradise, while all of their friends and family back in Chicago were freezing in the sub-zero temperatures. By all accounts, their vacation was going exactly to plan. It was the perfect escape. But then, Sunday, the 14th of January, arrived. This was the day before they were scheduled to fly back home to Chicago. On this day, things began to take a very strange and highly concerning turn. John woke up that morning and began complaining of an unnamed health issue. To this day, the exact nature of this health issue has never been made public, so we do not know what symptoms he was experiencing. However, whatever this medical issue was, it was causing John a great deal of discomfort and distress. John decided that he needed to get a very specific medication to treat his condition. He left the hotel room and walked into the local town in Trinidad, searching for a drugstore. He found one, went inside, and asked the pharmacist for the specific medicine. But the pharmacist told him that they did not carry that medication. John did not want to give up, so he walked to another drugstore in a different part of town. But they did not have it either. He went to a third store and then a fourth, but none of the pharmacies in the town carried the medication he desperately felt he needed. With no success, John finally gave up and walked back to the hotel. When he walked into the room and saw David, David could immediately tell that something was seriously wrong with his friend. David would later state that John was not just upset about not being able to find the medication, he seemed to be in a highly distraught and erratic state. Even worse, John was becoming visibly disoriented. It seemed that whatever this unnamed health issue was, it was starting to severely affect his mental state. Because his condition was going untreated, it was manifesting in this highly confused, disoriented, and erratic behavior. David tried his best to calm John down and make him comfortable. He watched his friend closely, trying to decide if he needed to call a local doctor or take John to a hospital in Trinidad. But after a while, John seemed to quiet down a bit. David decided that John was stable enough to get through the night without emergency medical intervention. After all, they had a very early flight the next morning to return to Chicago. David reasoned that once they got back to the United States, John could easily see his own doctor and get the proper medication and treatment he needed. So, the two men decided it was best to just get some sleep. The hotel room was equipped with 2 twin-size beds, one for John and one for David. They turned off the lights, climbed into their respective beds, and quickly fell asleep. About an hour to an hour and a half after David had fallen asleep, he was suddenly and violently shocked awake. He could not breathe. In the pitch-black room, David realized that there was a man standing directly next to his bed, leaning over him. This man had his hands wrapped tightly around David's throat and was violently choking him with incredible force. David was completely terrified. He had no time to process what was happening or who was attacking him. He was in a state of pure panic, fighting for his life in the dark. Using his survival instincts, David began grabbing at the attacker's hands, trying to pry the fingers away from his windpipe. He fought with everything he had, and after a desperate struggle, he managed to gather enough strength to push the attacker's hands off of his neck. But the attacker was not finished. The man reached over to the nightstand, grabbed the heavy bedside lamp, and swung it down with immense force, smashing David directly in the head. The impact was incredibly painful, and the force of the blow knocked David completely out of his bed. He crashed heavily onto the hard floor. Before David could even recover or get to his knees, the attacker jumped down on top of him. The two men began fighting wildly on the floor in the darkness. David was struggling desperately, throwing punches and trying to get this violent intruder off of him. Finally, David managed to get a leverage advantage. He gathered all his strength and kicked the man off of him, sending him stumbling backward. David scrambled to his feet, gasping for air. As his eyes adjusted to the dim light filtering into the room, he looked at his attacker and was completely paralyzed with shock. The person who had just tried to strangle him and beat him with a lamp was none other than his best friend, John. And John was completely naked. He was wearing absolutely no clothes. David stood there, bleeding and bruised, staring at his friend in utter disbelief. He asked John what on earth he was doing and what was wrong. But John did not answer. He did not say a single word. He did not even look like the same person. His eyes were wide and completely blank, and he seemed to be in the middle of a massive, terrifying, psychotic break. Instead of speaking, John suddenly turned around and bolted out of the hotel room. He ran out into the hallway, leaving the door wide open. He did not slow down. He ran down the long hallway, sprinted down the stairs, and burst into the hotel lobby. The hotel staff working at the front desk looked up in complete horror as a naked, wild-eyed man sprinted past them. John ran straight through the front doors of the hotel and vanished into the dark night. John ran down the street, his bare feet pounding against the hard pavement. He was in a state of pure frenzy, running as fast as he could. He ran for several minutes until he finally reached the perimeter of the nearby airport. The airport was heavily fortified with security fences. John did not go toward the main entrance gates. Instead, he ran to the side of the gates where there was a massive, towering chain-link fence. The very top of this fence was lined with thick, coiled barbed wire. Without stopping, John began to climb. Even though he was completely naked, he clawed his way up the metal chain-link fence. He reached the top and had to navigate the sharp, tearing barbs of the wire. He managed to drag his body over the top, likely suffering deep cuts and scratches, and dropped down onto the ground on the other side. But where John landed was not actually the open airport grounds. The airport had a double-fence security system. The two high fences ran parallel to one another, back to back, with a narrow strip of land in between them. This gap was a grassy, isolated no-man's land. It was specifically designed to act as a trap for anyone attempting to scale the outer fence. John was now trapped in this grassy strip. But he was on some kind of unstoppable, manic mission. He did not try to climb back out to the street. Instead, he turned around and faced the second fence, the one that stood between him and the actual airport runway and buildings. Once again, John began to climb. He dragged his bare, bleeding body up the second high fence. He pulled himself over the barbed wire at the top and dropped down into the parking lot on the other side. He stood up and immediately began running toward the main airport terminal. But between him and the terminal building was another massive obstacle. It was a giant, towering concrete wall. This wall was smooth and solid with no handholds or footholds. It looked completely impossible to climb, especially for someone who was naked and injured. But John did not hesitate. He ran directly at the concrete wall, somehow managed to find a way to scramble up its smooth surface, and flipped himself over the top. On the other side of this wall was a secure area of the airport, and John landed directly next to a small wooden security guard shack. Inside this shack were 4 airport security guards who were on duty. They heard a loud thud, looked out their window, and were absolutely stunned to see a naked, bleeding man suddenly crash land right next to their building. The 4 security guards immediately opened their door and charged out of the shack to apprehend the intruder and find out what was going on. But as soon as they approached John, John turned on them and attacked. We do not know the exact details of the fight, but John was operating with a kind of manic, superhuman strength. Within moments, he managed to completely overpower all 4 of the trained security guards. Before the dazed guards could recover, John ran over to their 4-wheel drive security vehicle, which was parked right next to the shack. The keys were inside. John jumped into the driver's seat, started the engine, and slammed his foot on the gas. He roared away from the security shack, leaving the 4 injured guards in his dust. The guards got to their feet and started chasing him on foot, but they had no hope of catching up to the speeding vehicle. John drove wildly around the outside of the main airport building, navigating the secure service roads, and then he drove right out onto the active tarmac. Out on the tarmac, it was a busy night. There were several massive passenger airplanes moving slowly into position, preparing for takeoff. One of those planes was a giant British Airways jet airliner. This massive plane was actually the very next aircraft scheduled to take off. The pilots had already fired up the powerful jet engines, and the plane was sitting at the top of the runway, just waiting for final clearance from the air traffic control tower. John saw the massive airplane, and he steered the security vehicle directly toward it. He drove at high speed, crashing straight into the plane. However, the security vehicle he was driving was relatively small and low to the ground. It was not tall enough to strike the main fuselage or body of the massive British Airways jet. Instead, when John collided with the plane, the small 4-wheel drive vehicle slid right under one of the massive wings and became tightly wedged underneath it. By this time, the entire airport was in a state of high alert. The 4 security guards who had been attacked had radioed for help, and security personnel from all over the airport were streaming out onto the tarmac. They were running and driving toward the British Airways plane, where the wrecked security vehicle was wedged. As the guards and airport staff closed in on the scene, they witnessed something incredibly bizarre and disturbing. They looked through the window of the wrecked vehicle and saw John move from the driver's seat over to the passenger seat. He stood up through the open side of the vehicle. The guards could see that he had a very deep, nasty cut on his shoulder, which was bleeding heavily. John reached up with his hand and touched the underside of the airplane's wing. The wing had been damaged in the crash, and thick black engine oil was leaking out of it, dripping down onto the vehicle. John rubbed his hand in the leaking oil, coating his fingers in the thick black fluid. Then he took his oil-covered fingers and began dabbing and packing the oil directly into the deep, open wound on his shoulder. Before the security guards could reach him, John leaped out of the wrecked vehicle. He hit the ground running, darting away from the approaching guards and disappearing into the shadow of the massive airplane. In the utter chaos of the moment, with sirens blaring, engines roaring, and dozens of people running around the tarmac, the security guards momentarily lost sight of him. He had vanished behind the giant aircraft. The security guards and airport personnel came to a stop about 100 feet away from the plane and the wedged vehicle. They stood there in a defensive line, trying to scan the dark tarmac, completely bewildered by what they were witnessing. They were on their radios calling for local police and medical backup, trying to figure out how to handle this naked, seemingly unstoppable man. Then, suddenly, one of the officers spotted movement about 300 feet away. On the other side of the plane, near one of the airport buildings, John emerged from the shadows. He began sprinting back toward the airplane. He was running directly toward the wall of security guards and airport staff. John was incredibly fast. Before anyone could react or move forward to tackle and apprehend him, he reached the side of the plane. He stopped for a split second. He did not look at the guards. Instead, he looked up at the massive spinning jet engine of the British Airways plane. The engine was turned on, and its giant blades were rotating at an incredibly high speed, creating a massive vacuum of suction. John took a breath, and then he leaped directly into the spinning engine. In an instant, John ceased to exist. The sheer force of the jet engine completely decimated him. It was a horrific and instantaneous end to a bizarre and tragic sequence of events. To this day, no one knows for sure what actually caused John O'Brien's sudden violent rampage. It is widely assumed by investigators and medical professionals that he suffered a severe acute psychotic episode brought on by whatever unnamed health issue he was experiencing, combined with the stress of not being able to find his medication. Ultimately, his tragic death was officially ruled as a suicide. Now, our second story takes us to the world of extreme sports, and to a place that was built for the world's greatest athletes, but became the site of a tragic and unthinkable disaster. Luge is widely considered to be one of the most dangerous and intense sports in the Winter Olympic Games. The premise of the sport is relatively simple, but incredibly terrifying when you really think about it. One or two athletes, who are known as lugers, lie flat on their backs on a small, heavy sled. They then slide down a steeply pitched, winding track made of solid ice. These ice tracks are highly engineered with steep, banked curves and narrow straights. As the lugers slide down, they have very little control. They steer using subtle movements of their calves and shoulders. The speeds they reach are absolutely mind-blowing. A professional luger can easily reach speeds of 80 miles per hour and sometimes even faster. If anything goes wrong, if they lose control for even a fraction of a second, the resulting crash can be catastrophic, often leading to severe injuries or death. In the year 1986, a state-of-the-art luge track was constructed on a ski hill in Alberta, Canada. This track was built specifically to host the bobsled and luge events for the upcoming 1988 Winter Olympic Games, which were held in Calgary. The entire facility, which included the ski hill, the ski jumps, and the sliding track, was named Canada Olympic Park. After the 1988 Winter Olympics concluded, the park remained open. The local government and athletic associations decided to keep the facilities active so that the public could enjoy them for recreational purposes and so that future athletes would have a place to train. Nearly 30 years later, on the night of the 29th of January 2016, 3 teenage boys decided they wanted to find some late-night adventure. They drove over to Canada Olympic Park long after the facility had closed for the night. The park was dark and quiet, and there was nobody around. The 3 boys made their way up the snowy hill, carrying cheap, simple plastic sleds that they had brought with them. They hiked up the slope until they reached a highly restricted area. Standing in front of them was a prominent 6-foot-tall blue chain-link fence. This fence was covered with large, bright warning signs. The signs explicitly told the public to stay back and warned that entering the area was strictly forbidden unless you were authorized personnel. None of these 3 teenage boys were authorized personnel. However, one of the boys had actually worked at Canada Olympic Park the previous winter. His job had been selling tickets to visitors, so he was very familiar with the layout of the park and knew exactly where the luge track started. The boys stood at the fence and looked past it. Inside the perimeter of the blue fence, they saw a tall flight of stairs. These stairs led up to a wooden structure that looked almost like a cozy log cabin. This building was the starting house for the Olympic luge track. The ice track itself literally began inside this starting house and then fed out through a large opening, winding its way down the steep mountain below. The three boys looked at each other and grinned. They thought it would be incredibly fun and thrilling to ride their plastic sleds down an actual Olympic luge track. So they tossed their plastic sleds over the 6-foot blue fence. Then, one by one, they climbed up and over the fence, ignoring the warning signs. Once they were on the restricted side, they picked up their plastic sleds and walked up the wooden stairs, entering the quiet starting house. Inside, it was cold and dark. They started talking about who would go down first, second, and third. They had actually brought helmets with them, so they buckled them on. They also strapped on headlamps, which allowed them to see the track ahead of them because the powerful lights that normally illuminated the track at night were turned off. One by one, the boys positioned themselves on their plastic sleds and pushed off down the icy track. But as they started sliding, they quickly realized that this was not the high-speed thrill ride they had anticipated. In fact, they were going surprisingly slow. The luge track was designed for professional sleds, which have highly polished steel runners or blades on the bottom. Those blades glide effortlessly over the ice, building massive speed, but these boys were on cheap, flat plastic sleds. The plastic created a lot of friction against the cold ice, and as a result, the boys kept slowing down. In fact, they had to constantly use their feet and hands to push themselves along just to keep moving down the track. Eventually, after a slow, frustrating, and painful journey, all three boys made it to the bottom of the track. They were pretty disappointed. They had expected an adrenaline-fueled rush, but instead they had barely crawled down. But then, they had an idea. They realized that the reason they went so slow was because they did not have enough weight on the light plastic sleds. They figured that if they all got onto one single plastic sled together, their combined weight would create enough momentum to overcome the friction of the ice, and they would go much faster. So, they picked up one of the sleds and marched all the way back up the hill. They climbed the stairs and entered the starting house once again. All three of them squeezed on to the single plastic sled, wrapping their arms and legs around each other. With a heavy push, they launched themselves down the track. And this time, it worked. The added weight of the three boys made a massive difference. They flew down the icy track, picking up incredible speed. They zoomed around the banked curves, feeling the cold wind rushing past their faces. It was an absolute blast. It was exactly the high-speed rush they had been looking for. They enjoyed it so much that they decided to do it a few more times. They hiked back up, loaded up, and slid down again. But after a few runs, they realized they were pushing their luck. They did not want to get caught by security. So they decided to call it a night. They climbed back over the blue fence, got into their car, and snuck out of the park completely undetected. The experience had been so exhilarating that they could not stop talking about it all week. They decided that they had to do it again the following weekend. But this time, they wanted to share the experience with their friends. They recruited 5 more teenage boys, telling them all about how amazing it was to fly down an actual Olympic track at night. On the night of Friday, the 5th of February 2016, which crossed over into the early morning hours of Saturday, February 6th, the group of 8 teenage boys drove to Canada Olympic Park. The 3 boys who had been there the previous weekend led the way. They walked up the dark ski hill, guiding their 5 friends through the snow. They reached the same 6-foot blue fence surrounding the luge starting house. One by one, all 8 boys scaled the blue fence and gathered on the other side. They walked up the stairs and piled into the cold starting house. They had brought 3 plastic sleds with them this time. They began discussing how they should divide themselves up to get the maximum amount of speed. They decided to put 3 boys on the first sled, 3 boys on the second sled, and the remaining 2 boys on the third and final sled. Because the previous weekend's runs had gone so smoothly, the boys had become incredibly overconfident. The 3 original boys told the others that the run was completely safe and that they did not need to worry. As a result, the group decided they did not need to wear helmets. They left their helmets behind. Not only that, but they also decided not to bring any headlamps or flashlights. They thought it would be much more exciting and terrifying to go flying down the winding icy track in complete pitch-black darkness. Shortly after midnight on February 6th, the first group of 3 boys climbed onto the first plastic sled. They positioned themselves tightly, holding on to one another, and pushed off into the dark. At first, everything went exactly to plan. They started picking up speed, sliding smoothly down the first few turns of the track. They were laughing and shouting, feeling the thrill of the icy air. They were going very fast. But what none of these boys knew was that during the week, park staff had put up a safety barrier. Specifically, they had strung a heavy metal chain directly across one of the lower sections of the track. This chain was used to secure a large wooden barrier that kept a specific alternate section of the track in place when it was not in use. As the first sled came flying around a sharp, dark corner at a high rate of speed, the 3 boys had absolutely no warning. In the pitch blackness, they could not see the heavy metal chain stretched across the track. The chain was positioned at approximately neck height for anyone sitting on a sled. The first sled struck the metal chain at full speed. The impact was catastrophic. The chain instantly decapitated and killed the boy sitting at the very front of the sled. He was 17-year-old Evan Caldwell. He died on impact. The other 2 boys on the sled were violently thrown from the vehicle, crashing hard into the icy concrete walls of the track. Both of them were knocked completely unconscious, suffering severe injuries. Back up at the top of the track, inside the starting house, the remaining 5 boys were waiting. They had no idea that a tragedy had just occurred. They could not see down the dark track, and they could not hear anything. The boys on the first sled were either dead or unconscious, so there were no screams or calls for help reaching the top of the hill. The second group of 3 boys waited for what they estimated was a safe amount of time. They wanted to make sure the first sled had reached the bottom and cleared the track. Once they figured enough time had passed, the 3 boys piled onto the second sled and pushed off into the darkness. They went hurtling down the track, picking up speed just like the first group. But as they rounded that same sharp corner near the bottom, they also struck the heavy metal chain. However, by some absolute miracle, the second group of boys hit the chain in a slightly different way. The angle of their sled or the way they were leaning caused them to slip just under the chain as they hit it. But the impact still violently threw all 3 of them off their sled. They were launched into the air and slammed hard onto the icy track. The boys on the second sled survived, though they were badly battered. The worst injury among them was a badly broken ankle. They scrambled to their feet, completely disoriented and terrified. It was pitch black, and they had no idea what they had just crashed into. They were trying to gather their thoughts and find their friends from the first sled. But before they could figure out what was happening, and before they had a chance to yell up the track to warn the final group, it was already too late. The third and final group, consisting of the last 2 boys, had already pushed off from the starting house. The boys on the track heard the faint, terrifying sound of a plastic sled whistling down the ice toward them. All they could do was scramble to the side of the track to avoid being hit as the third sled came bombing down the hill at full speed. The final 2 boys on the third sled rounded the corner in the dark and struck the metal chain at maximum speed. One of the boys on this final sled was 17-year-old Jordan Caldwell. Tragically, Jordan was also struck at neck height by the heavy chain. He was killed instantly. Jordan was the twin brother of Evan Caldwell, the boy on the first sled who had died just minutes earlier. The other boy on the third sled was thrown violently from the wreckage, suffering incredibly severe, life-threatening injuries. One of the survivors of the initial crash was a boy named Caleb. Hayes had been on the first sled and had been knocked unconscious when he was thrown. When Caleb finally started to regain consciousness, he found himself lying in a section of the track that was covered by a large protective tarp. At first, Caleb could not see anything and he could not hear anything. He felt completely numb. But he immediately realized that he was struggling to breathe. He felt like there was something physically lodged in his throat, blocking his airway. In reality, his throat had been severely crushed and damaged when he collided with the metal chain. As he lay there gasping for air, his senses slowly began to return. His vision cleared slightly, and he looked up. He saw one of the boys from the second sled kneeling right beside him on the ice. This boy had not been severely injured, and he had placed his hand gently on Caleb's shoulder. He was loudly praying, begging God to let Caleb survive. As Caleb lay there listening to the prayer, his hearing began to improve, and he started to hear another sound nearby. It was the voice of a boy named Mark, who had been on the first sled. Mark was very badly injured, and his face was severely fractured and bleeding. But despite his immense pain, Mark was lying on the ice, softly singing a religious song. He was trying to keep everyone's spirits up, trying to encourage the survivors to hold on and keep fighting to stay alive until help arrived. Then, Caleb heard the faint sound of someone speaking to an emergency dispatcher on a cell phone, calling 911. Shortly after that, Caleb blacked out again. When the paramedics and emergency rescue crews finally arrived at Canada Olympic Park, they made their way up to the restricted track. They found a scene of absolute devastation. The 8 boys were scattered all over the lower section of the ice track, having been thrown in different directions by the violent impacts. But when the paramedics located the bodies of the 2 boys who had died, they discovered something deeply moving. The twin brothers, Evan and Jordan Caldwell, were lying right next to each other on the ice. Even though they had gone down the track in different sleds at different times, they ended up side by side in their final moments. None of the surviving boys had moved them, they had simply landed near one another. For the Caldwell family, the loss of both of their twin sons in a single night was an unfathomable tragedy. The grief was devastating for the entire community. But there was a small, haunting solace in knowing that the twins were together at the very end. The 6 surviving boys eventually recovered from their physical wounds, but they walked away with life-altering brain injuries, physical scars, and a deep, permanent sense of guilt and regret. They knew they were incredibly lucky to be alive, but they would have to carry the memory of that terrible night for the rest of their lives. Our third and final story explores the concept of intelligence, and how even the most brilliant minds can make decisions that lead to their own undoing. IQ, which stands for Intelligence Quotient, is a scientific measure of a person's cognitive abilities and intelligence. To find your IQ score, you have to take a highly specialized, standardized test administered by psychologists. The vast majority of the human population, about 68%, will score right around 100 on an IQ test. This is considered to be the average range of human intelligence. A much smaller group of people, who are considered highly gifted, will score somewhere between 130 and 160. And then there is an incredibly tiny fraction of the population that scores above 160. These people belong to the true genius class. To put this into perspective, Albert Einstein, who is widely regarded as one of the most brilliant theoretical physicists in human history, is believed to have had an IQ of around 160. He was right on the cusp of this genius class. But, as we will see in this final story, having a genius-level intellect does not protect a person from making an incredibly poor lapse in judgment. In the year 1991, 31-year-old Jackie Katarek was a woman who seemed to have everything going for her. Jackie was an absolute genius. She had been tested and was found to have an IQ of 170. That meant she was statistically smarter than Albert Einstein. Jackie used her incredible brain to pursue a career in medicine. She graduated with top honors from the prestigious medical school at the University of California, Los Angeles, also known as UCLA. After graduating, she completed her medical residency, which is a rigorous multi-year training program for new doctors, at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles. Cedars-Sinai is widely known as one of the best and most advanced hospitals in the United States. Once she finished her residency, Jackie decided to move slightly north of Los Angeles to the city of Bakersfield, California. There, she opened her very own private medical practice. She quickly built a highly successful business, and she was widely respected by her peers. In addition to running her busy practice, she also became a part-time professor at her alma mater, UCLA, commuting back to Los Angeles to teach the next generation of doctors. By all accounts, Jackie was brilliant, wealthy, and deeply passionate about her work. Her patients absolutely adored her because of her kind demeanor and medical expertise, and her students at UCLA highly respected her lectures. Fast forward 19 years to the year 2010. Jackie was now 49 years old. She was still running her successful medical practice in Bakersfield, still teaching at UCLA, and was highly active in her community. However, her personal life was somewhat complicated. She was in an on-again, off-again romantic relationship with a 58-year-old man named William Moody. While the intimate details of their relationship were kept private, it was clear from local news reports and police statements that Jackie and William had a very volatile relationship. They fought frequently, often breaking up and then getting back together. On the evening of Wednesday, the 25th of August 2010, Jackie went out by herself to a local Mediterranean restaurant in Bakersfield. She sat at the bar and began having some drinks. She stayed at the restaurant for a while, and as the night went on, she became visibly intoxicated. At some point during the night, realizing she had had too much to drink, Jackie used her phone to call a local ride-sharing or taxi service to pick her up and take her home. It seemed like a responsible decision, as she knew she was too drunk to drive her own car. The following morning, Thursday, August 26th, Jackie's medical assistant arrived at the practice in Bakersfield. She opened up the office and waited for Jackie to arrive. But the start of the workday came and went, and Jackie did not show up. This was incredibly unusual for Jackie. She was extremely professional and punctual, and she never missed appointments with her patients without giving advance notice. The assistant became worried and dialed Jackie's cell phone. But the call went straight to voicemail. The assistant waited a bit and tried calling again, but there was still no answer. Feeling that something was wrong, the assistant decided to call Jackie's boyfriend, William Moody. William answered his phone. The assistant asked him if he had seen Jackie, explaining that she had not showed up for work and was not answering her phone. William told the assistant that he had actually seen Jackie the night before. William went on to explain his version of events. He said that on Wednesday night, he was home alone at his house in Bakersfield, which was located not very far from the Mediterranean restaurant where Jackie had been drinking. William said that late that night, he looked out his window and saw Jackie's car pull up and park directly in front of his house. He said he could tell from her body language and the way she was walking that she was highly upset about something. William said he got the strong feeling that she was coming over to start a massive fight with him. William decided that he did not want to deal with a confrontation. So, instead of going to the front door to talk to her, he quietly slipped out the back door of his house. He ran off his property through the back gate, completely avoiding her. William said he walked a few blocks over to a friend's house who lived nearby. He asked his friend if he could spend the night, and his friend agreed. When the medical assistant called William on Thursday morning, William was actually still at his friend's house. He had not yet returned to his own home. He told the assistant that he assumed Jackie had eventually realized he wasn't home and had driven away. However, William told the assistant that he would head back to his house right away to see if Jackie was still there or if there was some indication of where she might have gone. William hung up the phone, left his friend's house, and walked the couple of blocks back to his property. When he turned the corner onto a street, he immediately saw Jackie's car parked right where it had been the night before, sitting directly in front of his house. William knew that his house was completely locked and that Jackie did not have a key. He figured she must be asleep inside the car, waiting for him to return. William walked up to the car, preparing himself for an argument. But when he looked through the glass window, he saw that the car was completely empty. However, when he looked closer, he saw that Jackie's purse, her wallet, and her cell phone were all lying on the passenger seat. This made no sense. Why would she leave all of her personal belongings in an unlocked car and walk away? William turned and looked at his house. He wondered if she had somehow managed to get inside or if she was waiting for him in the backyard. He began walking around the perimeter of his house, calling out Jackie's name. There was no response. When he reached the backyard, he did not see Jackie, but he noticed something strange lying on the ground near his back door. It was a heavy metal shovel. William walked over and looked at his back door. He noticed fresh scrape marks and damage around the door frame and lock. It looked very obvious that someone, presumably Jackie, had tried to use the shovel to pry the back door open to break into the house. But the lock had held, and the attempt had failed. William continued walking around the rest of his property, calling out for her, but the yard was completely empty. He decided she must have found another way into the house. He walked to the front door, inserted his key, and unlocked it. He stepped inside, feeling highly anxious, expecting to find Jackie sleeping on his couch or waiting for him. He searched every room, every closet, and the basement. All the windows were tightly locked from the inside, and all the doors were secure. There was absolutely no sign of Jackie and no indication that anyone had been inside the house since he had left the night before. William was completely baffled. Her car was out front, her purse and phone were inside the car, and there was a shovel near the damaged back door, but she was nowhere to be found. He called the medical assistant back and told her what he had found. He suggested that maybe Jackie had gotten frustrated, left her things in the car, and called another ride to go somewhere else. He said he was sure she would turn up soon. But the assistant felt a deep sense of dread. She told William that this was completely unlike Jackie and that they needed to contact the police immediately. William agreed, and they called the Bakersfield Police Department to report Jackie missing. The police began their investigation by going to Jackie's own home, but they found no sign of her. Her neighbors had not seen her. Then the officers went to William's house. They searched Jackie's car, documenting the purse and phone. They looked around the exterior of William's house, noting the shovel and the damaged back door. They also did a brief search of the inside of William's home, but they found nothing unusual. The police interviewed neighbors, friends, and family members, but no one had any information. They told William and the assistant that without any evidence of foul play, they simply had to wait. They suggested that Jackie might just be hiding out somewhere because she was upset and that she would likely return on her own. 2 days passed, and there was still no sign of Jackie. On Friday, William left the country on a pre-planned, pre-arranged vacation. Because the police had found no evidence of foul play and did not consider William a suspect, he was cleared to travel. Before he left, William asked one of his close friends to go over to his house during the weekend to feed his pet fish. On Saturday morning, 48 hours after Jackie had been reported missing, William's friend drove over to the house. He unlocked the front door and stepped inside. As soon as he opened the door, he was hit by a horrific, overwhelming odor. It was the unmistakable smell of something decaying. The friend covered his nose and mouth with his shirt, gagging. He began walking through the house, trying to find the source of the terrible smell. He first checked the kitchen, thinking that perhaps some meat had gone bad in the refrigerator or that the trash had been left full, but the kitchen was clean. He checked the pet fish tank, but it was fine. He followed the scent as it grew stronger, leading him into the living room. He realized the smell was strongest near the fireplace. The friend walked over to the fireplace. He knelt down and looked inside the hearth where the logs were placed, but there was nothing there. He tilted his head and looked directly up into the dark chimney flue. About 2 feet up the narrow flue, dangling down in the darkness, were 2 human legs. The friend gasped in horror, ran out of the house, and immediately called the police. When investigators and forensic teams arrived, they confirmed that the body stuck inside the chimney was indeed the missing doctor, Jackie Kotarek. Through a careful reconstruction of the evidence, investigators were able to piece together exactly what had happened on that fateful Wednesday night. After leaving the Mediterranean restaurant, Jackie had decided to drive her car to William's house instead of taking the ride service she had called. When she arrived, William had already slipped out the back. Jackie knocked on the doors and windows, but got no response. Being highly intoxicated and upset, she became determined to get inside. She found a shovel in the yard and tried to pry open the back door, but she was unsuccessful. Then she noticed a permanent ladder or structure attached to the back of the house. Despite being intoxicated, Jackie climbed up the ladder and got onto the roof. She walked over to the brick chimney. There was a protective metal cap over the top of the chimney to keep rain and animals out. Jackie managed to pry this cap off. She then decided to lower herself feet first down into the dark, narrow chimney flue, believing she could slide down into the fireplace and enter the house. But she did not realize how narrow the chimney actually was. The flue was not a uniform shape. It started wider at the top and became much narrower as it descended. At some point during her descent, Jackie became completely and tightly wedged in the brick structure. Her arms were likely pinned above her head or tight against her sides, rendering them completely useless. There was nothing for her hands to grab onto, and there was no ledge for her feet to push against. She was completely trapped in the dark, vertical stone shaft. Because William was not home, her screams for help went completely unheard. And then, a terrifying medical phenomenon occurred. It is known as mechanical or positional asphyxia. Every time Jackie took a deep breath and exhaled to scream, her chest would naturally contract and become slightly smaller. Because of gravity, she would slide a fraction of an inch deeper into the narrowing chimney. When she tried to take her next breath, she found that her chest could not expand back to its original size because the tight brick walls of the chimney acted like a rigid, constricting vice. With every breath she took, she slipped lower and the walls became tighter. Her lung capacity shrank second by second, minute by minute. Eventually, she no longer had the lung capacity or the strength to make a loud sound. She could only utter faint, desperate whispers. We know she was alive for a long time. In fact, on Thursday night, William was inside the house sleeping, completely unaware that his girlfriend was trapped just feet away in the chimney. And on Friday night, nearly 48 hours after she had first entered the chimney, neighbors reported hearing a faint, distant voice crying out for help. But they assumed it was just children playing in a nearby pool, so they did not investigate. Shortly after that, Jackie succumbed to the pressure on her chest and passed away. It took local firefighters over 5 hours of carefully chipping away at the heavy brick chimney to finally recover her body. The medical examiner officially ruled her death an accident caused by positional asphyxia. No charges were ever filed as it was clear that this was a tragic, self-inflicted accident. It was a devastating end for a woman who possessed a genius-level intellect but made one single fatal error in judgment on a dark California night. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. In the early years of the 19th century, a man named John Bell decided that his life in North Carolina had reached a natural limit. It was 1804, and John was a successful, middle-aged farmer who had spent his entire life working the red clay of the South. But John had a big family, and that family was only getting bigger. He and his wife Lucy already had 6 children, and John knew that if he wanted to leave a real legacy for them, he needed more space. He needed land that was rich, vast, and cheap. So, John and Lucy packed up everything they owned. They loaded heavy wooden wagons with their furniture, their farming tools, their clothes, and their food, and they set out on a journey of more than 600 miles. They were heading west, toward a rugged and largely untamed territory in northern Tennessee. Their destination was a place called Robertson County, located right along the winding banks of the Red River. The journey itself was long and incredibly grueling, lasting for weeks as the heavy wagons creaked along muddy trails, through dense forests, and across rough rivers. When the Bell family finally arrived, they found a beautiful but incredibly isolated wilderness. There were only a few other families scattered across the entire county, living miles apart from one another. It was the kind of place where survival depended on hard work, mutual trust, and absolute resilience. But this was exactly the kind of life John Bell had been preparing for his entire life. John was known by everyone who met him as a man of immense physical strength and relentless work ethic. He was a tall, imposing figure, but he possessed a deep, quiet kindness that immediately put people at ease. His wife Lucy was his perfect match. She was a gentle, sweet-tempered woman who believed that no stranger should ever walk away from their home hungry. Back in North Carolina, the Bells had been famous for opening their doors to any traveler who needed a hot meal or a dry place to sleep. If a neighbor fell on hard times, John was always the first to slip some money into their pocket or help them harvest their crops, never asking for anything in return. So, when they settled in Robertson County, John got right to work. He bought a massive 1,000-acre plot of land and began the exhausting process of clearing the dense forest. He chopped down trees for weeks on end, using the heavy timber to construct a beautiful 1.5-story log home for his family. The house sat prominently on a scenic hill overlooking the Red River. This river was a natural gathering spot for the local settlers. Families would travel there to fish, have picnics, and socialize, and because the Bell home was so close to the water, they were constantly greeting neighbors, offering water, and making fast friends. Within just a few years, the Bells had established themselves as one of the most prominent, respected, and beloved families in the entire region. For more than a decade, life on the Bell farm was peaceful and incredibly prosperous. The farm grew into a massive, self-sustaining operation. Every single morning, John would wake up before the sun rose to light the fireplace and wake the children. The kids would get dressed, eat a quick breakfast, and then walk together through the dense woods to reach the local schoolhouse. While the children were away learning, John and his older sons would spend their days out in the fields, planting and harvesting tobacco and corn, raising livestock, and tending to the orchards. They also built flatboats to transport their farm goods down the Red River for trade. John and Lucy even welcomed 3 more children into the world during their time in Tennessee, bringing their family to 9 kids in total. As the years rolled by, the oldest children grew up, got married, and built their own small cabins on the edges of the family property. They were a tight-knit, deeply religious, and happy clan. But then, on a hot, humid summer day in 1817, 13 years after the Bells first arrived in Robertson County, something shifted. It was a normal afternoon, and John was out on his property by himself, inspecting his vast cornfield. The corn was tall, reaching well over his head, and the air was completely still. As John walked between the rows, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something sitting right in the middle of one of the clearings. He stopped and stared. Sitting in the dirt, right between the towering stalks of corn, was a massive dog. Now, in rural Tennessee, seeing a dog running around was not unusual at all. Most farmers had working dogs, and stray animals frequently wandered from property to property. But as John looked closer at this animal, a cold knot began to form in his stomach. There was something deeply, profoundly wrong with this creature. For starters, it was far too large to be any normal domestic dog. It was massive, easily the size of a large timber wolf. But its body looked strangely misshapen, as if its bones had been broken and shattered many times over and had reset at bizarre, unnatural angles. It had a strange, jagged posture, and its fur was a patchy, matted dark gray. But the most unsettling thing about the creature was its face. It was sitting perfectly still, staring directly at John. It did not pant, it did not growl, and it did not wag its tail. It just locked its eyes onto John's eyes. John would later describe the look in that animal's eyes as being completely human. It was a cold, calculating, and knowing stare that felt deeply unnatural. John was not a man who spooked easily. He was a rugged pioneer who had faced wild predators and harsh winters without flinching. But standing there in the silent cornfield under the intense gaze of this misshapen beast, John felt a sudden, inexplicable wave of panic wash over him. His heart began to hammer against his ribs. Hands sliding down to his side, John raised his hunting rifle, which he always carried with him on the farm. He took careful aim at the creature, squeezed the trigger, and fired. The loud crack of the rifle shattered the silence of the afternoon. But the moment the gun went off, the strange animal did not fall. Instead, it leapt into the air and began to run. John stood frozen, watching as the massive, twisted beast galloped with incredible speed away from him, weaving effortlessly through the corn before finally disappearing into the dense tree line of the surrounding forest. Once the creature was completely out of sight, John marched forward to the exact spot where the animal had been sitting. He wanted to see if his shot had connected, or at least see what kind of tracks this massive beast had left behind. But when he reached the clearing, John stopped in absolute confusion. The dirt where the animal had been sitting was completely undisturbed. The surrounding corn stalks were not bent or pushed aside, which should have been impossible for a creature of that size. John dropped to his knees to inspect the ground, searching for paw prints, claw marks, or drops of blood. But there was nothing. No tracks led into the clearing, and no tracks led out toward the forest where John had just watched the animal run. It was as if the creature had simply materialized out of air and then vanished back into it. John sat there for a long time, scratching his head and trying to make sense of what he had just witnessed. Eventually, he decided he was just letting his imagination get the better of him. He told himself it was just a strange, ugly wild dog and that his shot had simply missed. He decided to put the entire incident out of his mind, turned around, and walked back to his house, telling no one about what had happened. But the dog in the cornfield was only the beginning. Not long after that strange summer afternoon, the peace of the Bell household was shattered by a new and deeply unsettling phenomenon. It started quietly at first, during the late hours of the night when the entire family was asleep. John and Lucy would be lying in their bed when they would suddenly be awakened by a sharp, rhythmic knocking sound. It sounded like someone was standing right outside their house, rapping their knuckles hard against the heavy logs of the exterior walls. The sound would go tap, 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 and then stop. John, believing that some local teenager was playing a prank on them, would quietly slip out of bed, grab his lantern and his shotgun, and creep toward the front door. He would fling the door open and sprint outside, shining his light into the darkness, fully expecting to catch a laughing neighbor red-handed. But every single time John ran outside, the yard was completely empty. There was no one running away, no sound of rustling leaves, and no laughter. John would walk the entire perimeter of the house, holding his lantern close to the ground, but he never found any footprints in the soft dirt around the foundation. Confused, John would lock the door, get back in bed, and blow out his lantern. But the very second his head hit the pillow and the house went dark, the knocking would start up again. only this time it would be coming from the opposite side of the house. It was as if whatever was making the noise was playing a sick game of hide and seek with him, moving effortlessly and silently from wall to wall. John was determined not to give up. He was convinced that someone in the community was trying to scare them, perhaps out of jealousy for the bell's success and popularity. He gave strict instructions to his wife and children that they were not to mention these noises to anyone. He believed that if the pranksters realized they were getting a reaction, they would keep doing it. But if the bells ignored it and pretended nothing was happening, the pranksters would eventually get bored and stop. John also wanted to keep it a secret so he could catch them in the act. If the town didn't know the bells were looking for them, the culprits would get careless. But the plan did not work. Over the next several weeks, the tapping and knocking on the walls grew more frequent and much louder. It was no longer just a gentle tapping. It sounded like heavy wooden beams were being slammed against the sides of the house, shaking the entire structure. John and his older sons spent countless nights lying in wait, hidden in the bushes around the property with their weapons ready, waiting for the noises to start. But whenever they were outside waiting, the house remained completely silent. The moment they gave up and went back inside, the violent pounding would immediately resume. The psychological toll of these sleepless, tense nights began to weigh heavily on the entire family, but they had no idea that the true horror was about to move inside their home. On a Sunday night in May of 1818, about a year after John had seen the strange dog in the cornfield, 4 of John's young sons were asleep in their shared bedroom. The boys slept in 2 wooden bunk beds positioned against the far wall of the room. The 2 oldest brothers, who were teenagers at the time, slept on the lower bunks, while the younger brothers slept above them. Sometime around midnight, the 2 older brothers were suddenly startled awake by a very strange sound. It was a sharp, grating, scraping noise that seemed to be coming from the corner of the room. They lay perfectly still in the dark, straining their ears to identify what they were hearing. As they listened, the sound became more distinct. It sounded exactly like a large rat gnawing furiously on the hard oak wood of one of their bedposts. The boys knew that wild animals sometimes made their way inside log cabins, so they weren't immediately terrified. They just figured a stubborn rodent had gotten inside and was chewing on the furniture. The 2 older brothers quietly swung their legs out of their beds, preparing to grab a broom and chase the animal out. But the absolute second their bare feet touched the cold wooden floorboards, the gnawing sound completely stopped. The room fell into a dead, heavy silence. The boys stood up, lit a candle, and began searching every corner of the bedroom. They looked behind the dressers, they checked the closet, and they got down on their hands and knees to inspect the base of every single bedpost. But, to their complete surprise, there was no rat to be found anywhere. More importantly, when they closely examined the wooden bedposts, there were no teeth marks, no fresh wood shavings, and absolutely no sign that any animal had been chewing on the wood. The posts were completely pristine. Confused and exhausted, the boys figured they must have scared the animal back into a hole in the wall. They blew out the candle, climbed back into their beds, and pulled the covers up to their chins. But the very instant they closed their eyes, the scraping sound returned. This time, it was not just a gentle gnawing. It was incredibly loud, fast, and frantic, sounding as if multiple large creatures were desperately trying to tear their way through the solid wood of the beds right beneath them. The boys leapt out of bed once more, but again, the moment their feet hit the floor, the sound vanished instantly. This torment went on for the entire night, keeping the boys awake and trembling in terror until the morning sun finally filtered through the windows. The next night, the exact same thing happened. The boys tried to ignore the sounds, but the sheer volume and persistence of the gnawing made sleep completely impossible. Then, on the third night, the entity in the room decided to escalate things. As the exhausted boys lay in the dark, the familiar gnawing sound began, but then it abruptly stopped and was replaced by a sound that made the hair on the back of their necks stand on end. From the darkness, directly underneath their beds, they heard the sound of someone gasping violently for air. It sounded like a human being was lying on the floor beneath them, being choked or suffocated, desperately struggling to draw breath into their lungs. This gasping was accompanied by a wet, heavy gulping sound, followed by the sound of lips smacking together, and then a frantic scratching against the underside of the bedboards, as if someone was clawing at the wood with their fingernails. The two older brothers were absolutely paralyzed with fear. This was clearly not a rat or any other wild animal. It sounded like a dying person was trapped right beneath their mattresses. Finally, unable to take the terror any longer, the boys screamed, threw off their blankets, and fled the room. They woke up John and Lucy, sobbing and shaking as they explained what they had been hearing. John, seeing how genuinely terrified his sons were, realized this was no simple prank. He gathered his older sons, armed them with clubs and lanterns, and they conducted a massive, systematic search of the entire house. They pulled furniture away from the walls, tore up floorboards, searched the crawl spaces, and checked every inch of the attic. But just like before, they found absolutely nothing. There were no animals, no intruders, and no physical evidence that anything had ever been disturbed. By this point, the Bell children were completely terrified to sleep in their own home. They were exhausted, pale, and constantly on edge. John knew that he could no longer keep this a secret. He needed help, and he needed an outside perspective to prove to him that he wasn't losing his mind. So, John walked to the neighboring property of a close and highly trusted friend. He sat down with his neighbor and told him the entire story, from the strange dog in the cornfield to the pounding on the walls and the horrifying sounds in his son's bedroom. John was a man of absolute integrity in Robertson County. He never told tall tales, he didn't drink, and he was known for his cold, hard practicality. Because of this, the neighbor didn't laugh or dismiss John's story. He looked at his friend's exhausted, hollow eyes and said that he would come over that very night to stay in the house and help him investigate. That evening, the neighbor arrived at the Bell home and took up a post in the boys' bedroom. For the first few hours, the house was quiet. But as midnight approached, the air in the room suddenly grew bitterly cold. Then, right on cue, the violent knocking began on the outer walls of the house. The neighbor gasped as the heavy log walls literally vibrated from the force of the blows. Before he could even process the sound, the frantic gnawing noise started on the bedposts, followed immediately by the wet, choking, gasping sounds from directly beneath his chair. The neighbor, a brave and hardened man of the frontier, was so utterly terrified by the sheer hostility and unnatural nature of the sounds that he could not bear to stay in the room. He ran out of the bedroom, grabbed his coat, and fled the Bell house in the middle of the night, refusing to spend another second inside. The next morning, word of what the neighbor had experienced spread like wildfire through Robertson County. The community was shocked. The Bells were the pillars of their town, and the idea that they were being targeted by some unseen malicious force was deeply alarming to everyone. The townspeople, who loved John and Lucy, decided they were not going to let this family suffer alone. They organized a rotation of volunteers, with groups of local men taking turns staying overnight at the Bell home. They hoped that by having a constant, watchful presence of armed men, they could either catch the person responsible or at least provide the family with enough peace of mind to get some sleep. But the presence of the townspeople did nothing to stop the phenomena. In fact, the entity seemed to thrive on the growing audience. Every single night, no matter how many men were guarding the house, the noises occurred. The volunteers tried everything they could think of to find a logical explanation. Some suggested that John's youngest daughter was somehow orchestrating the sounds to get attention, but this theory was quickly disproven when investigators closely watched the girl as she slept, while the loud knocking and gasping sounds continued in a completely different part of the house. Others believed that a rival family had hired a professional ventriloquist to torment the Bells. At the time, ventriloquism was viewed by many rural folks with great suspicion, almost like a form of dark magic, and they thought someone was throwing their voice to make the sounds appear to come from under the beds. But no matter how thoroughly they searched the house and the surrounding woods, they never found any wires, hidden devices, or suspicious people lurking on the property. As the months turned into years, the constant state of terror began to take a devastating, visible toll on John Bell. The once strong, vibrant, and energetic patriarch began to rapidly wither away. His posture became hunched, his skin took on a gray, sickly pallor, and he lost a dramatic amount of weight. But the most alarming change was in his behavior. John had always been an incredibly sharp, attentive man who looked people directly in the eye and spoke with great clarity. But now he began to suffer from bizarre, terrifying physical fits. It would happen during normal, everyday activities. John would be standing in the yard talking to a neighbor about the harvest when suddenly his eyes would completely glaze over. It was as if his mind had suddenly departed his body. His jaw would drop open, hanging completely slack, and his gaze would lock on to some distant, unseen point in the sky. Then his face would begin to violently twitch. At first, these facial spasms were relatively minor, mostly localized around his eyes and temples. But as the weeks went on, the fits grew far more severe and grotesque. His entire face would contort into a mask of pure agony. His jaw would quiver and shake uncontrollably up and down, and his eyelids would begin to blink rapidly out of sync with one another, giving him a deeply disturbing, unhuman appearance. While these fits were happening, John was completely unresponsive. Neighbors and family members would scream his name, wave their hands in front of his face, and shake his shoulders, but John would remain frozen, locked in his silent, twitching trance. When the fit finally passed, John would not offer any explanation. He would not apologize or even acknowledge what had just happened. Instead, he would turn away in silence, slowly walk up the hill to his house, and retreat to his bedroom. There, he would sit on the edge of his bed for hours on end, staring blankly at the wooden wall in complete stony silence. He refused to eat, he refused to drink, and he would not speak to his terrified wife or children. In the rare moments when John was lucid and spoke to Lucy in private, he wept and confessed that he believed some malicious force was systematically torturing him, slowly draining his life force away, and that it would not stop until he was dead. The family felt completely helpless, trapped in a living nightmare with an invisible enemy that was slowly killing their father. By the autumn of 1820, the torment had been going on for 3 long, agonizing years. The Bells had become social outcasts in many ways, as people were terrified to visit their property, though the community still held a deep sympathy for them. Many locals had come to believe that the source of the haunting was their neighbor, Kate Batts. Kate was a highly eccentric, bitter, and unpleasant woman who had suffered immense tragedy in her life. Her husband was severely disabled, and all 3 of her children had died at a very young age. This immense grief had left her hardened and strange. She had a bizarre habit of trying to sound highly educated by using massive, complex words in everyday conversation, but she almost always used them completely incorrectly, making her talk sound incredibly jarring and off-putting. The townspeople began to whisper that Kate was a witch, and they started calling the entity at the Bell House Kate, believing she had cast a dark curse on the family. Kate, of course, was furious when she heard these rumors and vehemently denied having anything to do with the Bells' misfortune, but the nickname stuck. Then, on a crisp afternoon in October of 1820, one of John's daughters, Esther, had an encounter that would solidify the terror in a way they had never experienced before. Esther had left the main log house to gather eggs from the hen house, which was located directly across the dirt lane that ran past their property. She walked across the lane, enjoying the rare moment of quiet, when she suddenly heard the distinct sound of footsteps shuffling on the dirt road behind her. Esther stopped and turned around. Walking slowly down the lane, heading directly toward the Bell house, was a woman dressed entirely in black. She wore a heavy, dark dress and a large bonnet that completely obscured her face, as her head was bowed low toward the ground. Esther was confused. She hadn't seen anyone else on the road just moments ago, and she wondered how this woman had appeared so suddenly. However, Esther wasn't particularly frightened yet. She assumed it was just a neighbor from the village who had come to visit or was passing through, so she turned back around and walked into the hen house to finish her chores. She spent a few minutes gathering the fresh eggs into her basket, and when she stepped back out onto the lane, she looked down the road to see where the woman had gone. To her surprise, the woman in black was still there, trudging along at an incredibly slow, agonizing pace, now much closer to the entrance of the Bell property. Esther, wanting to be polite, began to walk down the road toward her, keeping a close eye on the figure. As she got closer, Esther realized she didn't recognize the woman's clothing, which looked old-fashioned and completely out of place. Esther called out a loud, cheerful hello, but the woman did not respond. She didn't raise her head, she didn't slow down, and she didn't show any sign that she had heard Esther's voice. Esther walked faster, closing the distance between them until she was only about 15 feet behind the figure. She called out again, asking if she could help her or if she was looking for someone. Still, there was absolute silence from the woman. The road was completely empty, the wind had died down, and the only sound was the crunching of Esther's own footsteps. A sudden, deep sense of unease washed over Esther. The way the woman was moving was incredibly unnatural, almost mechanical. Esther stopped dead in tracks, refusing to get any closer. The moment Esther stopped walking, the woman in black also stopped instantly. She stood perfectly still in the middle of the road, her back still facing Esther. Then, slowly, the woman raised her hands to her head. She untied the strings of her black bonnet and lifted it off, dropping it onto the dirt road. The moment the bonnet fell, a mass of thick, matted, jet-black hair tumbled down her back. Still, without turning around, the woman raised her hands into her hair and began to run her fingers through it as if she was trying to comb out the tangles. Esther watched, frozen in confusion. But then, the woman's hands began to move faster. She wasn't just combing her hair anymore. She was grabbing massive clumps of her own hair and pulling them with immense force. Esther watched in absolute horror as the woman began violently ripping her own hair out of her scalp. Across the silent road, Esther could clearly hear the sickening, wet, ripping sound of hair being torn from flesh. Within seconds, bloody clumps of black hair were scattering all over the dirt road. But the woman's hands only moved faster and faster, her arms blurring as she mutilated herself in complete silence. Overcome with pure terror, Esther realized she had to get away. She didn't dare run past the woman, so she scrambled through the brush, bypassed her entirely, and ran screaming into the front door of her house, slamming and locking it behind her. She found her sister inside and dragged her to the front window, pointing out at the road. The woman was still there, standing in the exact same spot, her hands still buried in her bloody hair. But the moment Esther and her sister made eye contact with her through the glass, the woman froze. She slowly lowered her hands, turned around, and stared directly up at the window. Her face was a pale, hollow mask, and her eyes were empty, dark voids. She stared at the sisters for a long, agonizing moment, and then she turned and began to walk around the side of the house. Esther and her sister shrieked and ran across the house to the side window to see where she was going. They watched as the woman in black climbed effortlessly over their wooden fence, entering the side yard. But as she dropped down on the other side, three small children, whom the sisters had not seen before, suddenly appeared out of nowhere, marching in a perfect silent line directly behind her. The woman and the three children walked directly into a small grove of peach trees on the property. Then, one by one, the woman and each of the children began to climb up into the branches of the trees. Once they were all positioned high in the branches, they turned their heads in unison to stare directly at the window where the sisters were watching. Then they began to violently rock their bodies back and forth, causing the sturdy trees to bend and sway at terrifying, unnatural angles, thrashing left and right as if caught in a violent hurricane, even though the air outside was completely still. Just then, Esther's husband walked through the front door. Hearing the girls screaming, he ran to the side window. Esther pointed frantically outside, screaming for him to look at the woman and the children in the trees. But her husband looked out and gasped. He could see the trees. Indeed, the heavy peach trees were bending almost to the breaking point, thrashing violently back and forth in the windless afternoon. But he could not see the woman. He could not see the three children. To his eyes, the branches were completely empty, moving entirely on their own. Realizing that his wife and sister-in-law were seeing something he couldn't, and fearing for their safety, the husband grabbed his rifle, ran out the back door, and sprinted into the grove of trees. But the moment his feet crossed into the orchard, the trees instantly stopped swaying. The branches went completely still, and there was no sign of the woman, the children, or any footprints in the soft soil beneath the trees. It was as if they had never existed. The terror of that afternoon had barely settled when, a few weeks later, John Bell's condition reached a horrific climax. John and one of his adult sons were out walking near the edge of their property, inspecting the fences. As they walked, John suddenly stopped. He let out a choked gasp and threw his hands up in front of his face, as if he was trying to shield himself from an invisible attacker who was raining blows down upon him. John's son watched in horror as his father's body began to violently contort. John's limbs bent at bizarre, painful angles, and his spine began to arch backward with such force that his son could hear the sickening pop of his joints. It looked as though some invisible, immensely powerful force had grabbed John by the head and feet and was trying to bend him in half backward. John's son ran forward, desperate to save his father, and grabbed him around the waist, trying to pull his body straight. But the moment he touched his father, a blood-curdling, deafening shriek erupted from the air all around them. It was a high-pitched, mocking scream that seemed to vibrate through the very ground beneath their feet, yet there was no one else in sight. The shriek was so incredibly loud and filled with such pure, unadulterated malice that the son was completely paralyzed, his ears ringing as he held on to his convulsing father. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the shriek cut off. The air went completely still and silent. John's body went limp, and he collapsed onto the grass, gasping for breath as his son held him. John looked up at his son, tears streaming down his weathered, pale face, and whispered that his time had run out. He knew he was going to die. His son helped him to his feet, and the two of them walked back to the house in a heavy, grief-stricken silence. John went straight to his bedroom, climbed into his bed, and did not get up again. On the morning of the 19th of December, 1820, the Bell family gathered in the kitchen for breakfast, but John did not come down. This was highly unusual, as even in his sickness, John always tried to make an appearance. Sensing that something was terribly wrong, Lucy and her sons ran up the stairs to John's bedroom. They found John lying in his bed, still breathing, but his face was incredibly pale and his skin was cold to the touch. Lucy shook his shoulder and called his name, but John was completely unresponsive. He was in a deep, comatose state, and no matter what they did, they could not wake him. One of John's sons, panicking, ran downstairs to the family's medicine cabinet to grab the liquid medicine that the doctor had prescribed to help with John's fits. But when he opened the cabinet door, he stopped in shock. The glass bottle containing his father's regular medicine was completely gone. In its place sat a small, strange glass vial that none of them had ever seen before. The vial was filled with a thick, smoky, dark-colored liquid. The son grabbed the vial and ran back upstairs, showing it to the rest of the family, but no one had any idea where it had come from or what was inside it. They immediately sent a rider to fetch the local doctor. When the doctor arrived at the Bell home, he rushed up to the bedroom and examined John. He confirmed that John was in a deep coma and that his body was rapidly failing. The son then handed the doctor the mysterious vial of dark liquid and explained that it had replaced John's medicine. The doctor uncorked the vial and sniffed it, but he could not identify the substance. He knew it was highly suspicious, so he turned to the family and said they needed to test the liquid immediately to see if it was toxic. One of the sons went outside, found a stray cat that had been wandering around the barn, and brought it inside. Using a small dropper, the doctor carefully forced a few drops of the smoky dark liquid down the cat's throat. The reaction was almost instantaneous. Within less than a minute, the cat began to violently twitch, its body contorting in the exact same horrifying angles that John's body had experienced in the woods. The cat let out a quiet mew, collapsed onto the floor, and died right in front of them. The doctor looked at the family in horror. The liquid was a highly concentrated, lethal poison. But how had it gotten into the locked medicine cabinet, and who had replaced John's medicine with it? There was no time to answer these questions, because the next morning, the 20th of December 1820, John Bell took his final, shallow breath and died. For decades, the story of John Bell's death was told as a classic tale of a supernatural haunting, with many believing that the Bell Witch herself had physically placed the poison in the cabinet and forced John to drink it. But when you look at the cold, hard facts of the case from a modern investigative perspective, a much more grounded and terrifying reality begins to emerge. This was not the work of a ghost or a witch. This was a highly calculated, cold-blooded, and systematic murder. If we reconstruct the events leading up to John Bell's death, we can see all the classic signs of chronic poisoning. In the early 19th century, heavy metal poisons like arsenic were incredibly common and virtually impossible to detect. Arsenic was odorless, tasteless, and could easily be mixed into food, water, or medicine without the victim ever realizing it. When administered in small, frequent doses over a long period of time, arsenic causes severe neurological damage. The symptoms of chronic arsenic poisoning are incredibly distinct. They include sudden dazes, confusion, extreme physical weakness, muscle wasting, and, most importantly, severe motor dysfunction, including violent facial twitching, jaw spasms, and involuntary muscle contortions. This matches the exact physical progression of John Bell's illness over those 3 years. Someone inside the Bell household, or someone with constant, easy access to the home, was slowly and systematically feeding John Bell small doses of poison. This explains why the haunting was so heavily focused on John Bell himself. While the rest of the family experienced frightening noises, John was the only one who suffered from the physical, debilitating fits. The person responsible for this was a master manipulator. They used the town's growing belief in the supernatural and the legend of Kate Batts to create a perfect cover story. Every time the family heard knocking or scraping or gasping, it was likely staged by the killer to reinforce the idea that the house was cursed by a demon or a witch. By creating a chaotic, terrifying atmosphere of paranormal dread, the killer ensured that when John's health began to fail, the family and the townspeople would immediately blame the witch, rather than suspecting that someone was slipping poison into his tea or his medicine. The climax of this plan occurred on the night of December 18. The killer knew that John was already weak and near death from the years of chronic poisoning. To finish the job, they stole John's actual medicine, which might have helped alleviate some of his symptoms, and replaced it with a massive, lethal dose of the toxic smoky liquid. They knew that in the panic of the morning, someone would likely administer the medicine to John, or perhaps they had already forced John to drink it the night before while he was half conscious. When the family found the vial, the killer's work was already done. The cat dying from just a few drops proved that the liquid was a fast-acting, deadly poison. But in 1820, forensic science was practically non-existent. There were no autopsies, no toxicology reports, and no way to scientifically prove what had killed John Bell. The local authorities, terrified by the supernatural stories and overwhelmed by the grief of the community, simply ruled John's death as being caused by the witch. The killer had committed the perfect crime, using a ghost story to cover up a cold-blooded murder. After John Bell's funeral, a strange and heavy silence fell over the property. The violent knockings, the scratching under the beds, and the terrifying apparitions of the woman in black almost completely disappeared. It was as if the entity had achieved its sole purpose with the death of the family patriarch. Some neighbors reported seeing strange, faint lights floating around the woods near the house at night, and occasionally, people walking near the property would hear a faint, mocking, sing-song voice echoing through the trees. But the physical torment of the family was over. John's wife, Lucy, lived in the log house for another 18 years, surrounded by her children and grandchildren, until she passed away in 1838. Eventually, the old log house fell into disrepair and was torn down, and today there is nothing left of the original structure. However, on the property, there is a large natural limestone cave known as the Bell Witch Cave. Over the years, countless visitors and paranormal investigators have traveled to the cave, claiming to hear whispers, feel sudden drops in temperature, and experience a deep, lingering sense of dread. Hundreds of grieving neighbors attended John's funeral, and as they stood around his grave, many claimed they heard low, mocking laughter drifting on the wind. This haunting legacy followed the children for the rest of their lives. But the true tragedy of the Bell family lies not in the supernatural, but in the devastating loss of a kind, generous man who built a life from nothing, only to be systematically tortured and murdered in his own home, while his terrified family watched, completely helpless to stop it. The identity of the real killer, the person who stood in that kitchen and replaced the medicine with a vial of poison, remains one of the oldest, coldest, unsolved mysteries in American history. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. Tonight, I have two great stories, but I couldn't figure out how to tease them like I do at the top of these episodes. I realized that what makes these stories special is that they're both great campfire stories. Two teenage girls named Rachel and Molly lived in a quiet, rural New York in the late 1990s. Best friends, they were inseparable and part of a large high school group that spent a lot of time together. Still, Rachel and Molly had a special bond within that larger circle. Two of them were often seen together, sharing secrets and navigating high school. Love of goth culture brought them together and bonded their group. High school goths had a distinct identity in the late 1990s and early 2000s. It meant wearing mostly black. Black nail polish, lipstick, and a deep black hair coloring. Celebrate all things dark and macabre. Others saw it as a philosophical exploration of life's darker side and a way to express their non-mainstream feelings. Many saw it as a fashion statement, a way to stand out and feel special. It was a distinct subculture in the late 1990s, and Rachel and Molly were fully committed to it. They liked the music, fashion, and atmosphere. A favorite hangout for Rachel, Molly, and their goth friends was the local cemetery. It was initially a joke, an ironic performance of their identity. Where else would the goth kids hang out than a cemetery? Their first few trips there were humorous because it felt too predictable. Odd thing happened. The cemetery was actually cool to hang out in. They were never bothered there in the peace. So it became their seat. It was their weekend hangout. The cemetery was usually visited at night by Rachel, Molly, and their friends. This maximized the dark, spooky atmosphere they were going for, leaning goth. A more important rule was that they always went together. Rachel and Molly were never alone. They always hung out with several of their friends. This had several causes. First, more people meant more energy and conversation, making it more fun. Though they loved it, the cemetery was creepy at night. Numbers provided safety. It felt less intimidating and more like their own park with a group. Rachel was home alone on a Friday night, bored, when the phone rang. Was Molly. Caller Molly was cheerful. Rachel replied immediately when she asked, "Hey, you want to go hang out in the cemetery?" "Duh," she said. They did it on weekends. "I'd love to go. Come pick me up." Rachel got ready after saying goodbye. It was her usual all-black outfit, makeup, and waiting outside for Molly's car. A few minutes later, Molly's headlights turned onto her street, and the car pulled up to the curb. Rachel saw Molly alone in the car first. It was odd. When they picked her up for cemetery nights, the car was usually full of friends. Rachel entered through the passenger door. While buckling her seatbelt, she asked Molly, "Hey, so where is everyone? Are we going to pick up the rest of the group now?" Molly dismissed her. "In fact, no," she said. "I tried calling everyone else, but they're all busy. Some are working, some are hungover from last night. It's just going to be us two at the cemetery. Is that okay?" Rachel had an uneasy feeling. Really, this was wrong. They did not do this. The cemetery hangout was about group dynamics and shared experience. Just one person made me feel more vulnerable. There was no problem with her closeness to Molly. Being in that big, dark cemetery without their friends made them uncomfortable. She looked over at Molly, who seemed to have accepted it. Rachel didn't want to be negative or crude. It seemed impossible to say no now. So she smiled and said, "Oh yeah, that's fine. It'll be great, just the two of us. Let's go." Despite her hesitation, she sat down and they drove the half-mile to the cemetery. The cemetery was massive. A massive, ancient burial ground stretched for miles. A massive, medieval-looking gate with a wrought iron archway spanned the entrance, greeted you as you approached. The archway made the gates look gothic and imposing, even though they were always open. After passing that arch, a single road ran straight down the cemetery from front to back, probably over a mile. That road divided the grounds into two huge parts, the right and left. Molly, Rachel, and their friends frequented the back left corner. Terrain was their reason for choosing that area. Left of the cemetery were rolling hills where plots were laid out. That back left corner had a natural depression, a shallow bowl with few tombstones. At the bottom of this depression was a large boulder and tree. This place fit them. Standing at the main gate and scanning the vast cemetery, anyone sitting in that depressed area would be hidden. Teenagers wanted to be hidden, so they were. It was their secret hideout. So Rachel and Molly drove through the grand gate and down that long straight road to the cemetery's back. The sun had set and it was growing dark. Although it wasn't pitch black, the light was fading fast. Nobody was around, as usual. This time of night, the cemetery was usually empty. Local university students occasionally hopped the fence on the opposite side of the cemetery from them. They sometimes lit a bonfire against the fence on that side. Sometimes they sneaked over and did it, even though it was illegal. But that was unusual. Most of the cemetery was empty except for college students. They parked at the end of the road and exited. They descended the gentle grassy slope from the road into their usual gathering spot, the depression. At the bottom, they leaned back against the tree trunk on the big rock by their usual spots. They smoked cigarettes and talked as usual. Rural New York goth teens in the 1990s did this. They chatted about boyfriends, school drama, and stories. Light faded from the sky, making it completely dark. Girls still enjoyed themselves. Rachel was thinking this was kind of nice. Not as scary as she expected. It was calm and comfortable, and she was spending time with her best friend. They noticed a new smell after a while. Smoke smelled distinct. The bonfire spot across the cemetery was now remembered by both. Even though it was far away, college students could have started a fire. First, they glanced over that way and saw nothing, but they'd been hanging out for a while. While they were down there, those kids could have hopped the fence and started a fire. They weren't bothered by the fire. On the other side of the huge cemetery, it didn't affect their work. Rachel and Molly knew from past experience that the police always arrived at bonfires there. Predestined. They were kicked out after the police made the kids put out their fire. To ensure no one was around after hours, they always swept the cemetery. Even if they weren't starting fires, Molly and Rachel would be expelled. Rachel and Molly looked at each other as they smelled the smoke and agreed. Leave now before the police arrive and force them to. Additionally, they had been there for a while and were ready to leave. Their timeline accelerated slightly. It was fine. They extinguished their cigarettes, gathered their belongings, and walked back up the hill to the car. As they climbed the hill, they expected to see their car parked on the road. They hoped to see the tiny flicker of the bonfire they were smelling across the cemetery. They didn't see a fire on the cemetery's other side when they reached the hilltop. Instead, to their right, maybe 100 meters away, was another depression and rolling hill that dipped out of sight. They saw flickering flames from that direction. The fire started in the depression next to their cemetery, not across it. This was odd. This side of the cemetery was empty when they arrived. The place was empty. Someone had arrived while they were there and started a fire nearby. Never before had they seen this. It was strange. Nobody started fires here. What happened? Both girls wondered. They assumed the college students had tried a new place. They only saw the fire's tops rising from the ridgeline, not the people. The person over there probably didn't know they were here. They had an idea. Molly asked Rachel, "What if we go back down and sneak up the other side of our hill? We could poke our heads over and see who it is. We could spy on them." An exciting, slightly mischievous idea. Why not since they were here? Two girls agreed, turned around, and returned to depression. They climbed the hill opposite the mysterious fire, past the big rock and tree where they had been sitting for 2 hours. They moved quietly to hide. Rachel accidentally made noise as they approached the hilltop, where they could see the fire and whoever was there. In the quiet night, she stepped on a dry branch or loose rock, which cracked loudly. Fire crackling was the only sound. No one spoke from the other side. Rachel covered her mouth and stared at Molly. Molly asked, "What are you doing?" "We're trying to be quiet." Twin girls froze. They stood still, listening to see if the firemen heard them. It was silent. A spooky silence. The mood changed then. Something was off. Even though they hadn't reached the top of the hill or seen who was at the fire, their playful curiosity had turned into a cold dread. Both looked at each other and knew they were thinking the same thing. They agreed, maybe we should just turn around and leave. Yeah, let's get out of here. This doesn't feel right. As quietly as possible, the two girls turned around and returned to their depression. They quickly passed the rock and tree and returned up the hill to their car. Rachel glanced back over her shoulder at the hill they had just come from while walking. And what she saw chilled her. Man stood on ridgeline. The fire behind him silhouetted him, making him ominous against the orange glow. Standing still, he stared at them. Though silent, he watched them. It was him at the fire. The Rachel noise must have reached him. Molly turned and saw the man as Rachel frantically whispered, "Molly, look, look. She felt pure fear. "Let's get out of here," she panicked. "We don't know who that guy is." "We have to go now." They stopped, ran up the hill. Seconds later, Rachel glanced back. The hillman was gone. She thought he was gone, terrified. Then she saw movement in the darkness below. He ran down the hill toward them. Girl screamed. The grassy slope to the road was scrambled at full speed. The man was closing in, and Rachel kept looking back. He moved quickly. They ran to Molly's car after climbing the hill, their lungs burning. They fiddled with the doors, jumped inside, and slammed them shut, locking them. Molly started the engine, jumped out, and screeched tires on the asphalt. Rachel watched out the back window as they drove down the cemetery road. She saw him. Reaching the road, he was almost there. He paused as their car vanished into the night. After turning, he slowly descended the hill out of sight. Molly and Rachel were traumatized. Their hearts raced and they panted. That was no college student. That was a grown man, possibly in his 40s, unfamiliar to them. Everything felt creepy and dangerous. It baffled them. They kept asking, what would have happened if he caught us? What was he trying to do? What just happened? By the time Molly dropped Rachel off at her house, the terror had subsided and been replaced by cautious energy. They nearly laughed it off as a crazy night. Man, that was insane, huh? They told a wild story about a close call. They promised not to return alone at night. Rachel entered home. Never told her mom what happened. She put her things down, went to her room, and calmed down. Without telling anyone about their terrifying encounter, Molly did the same at home. They both went to bed to forget. The next morning, Rachel went downstairs to the kitchen. Mom was making coffee and going through her morning routine. She asked, "Hey, how was your night last night?" Rachel shrugged. "Oh, it was fine. Me and Molly went out." "No big deal." Her mother looked serious. Ripped her head. "Oh, did you hear what happened last night?" Her mother asked gravely. "No, what do you mean?" "What happened?" "Well, a woman in our town got kidnapped. She was taken from the parking garage where I park for work. She worked in the same building as me." Rachel's wide eyes. The mother of Rachel breathed deeply. "No. I mean, yes, they found her. But unfortunately, it was too late. When they found her, she was dead. And whoever kidnapped and killed her, they brought her body to the local cemetery last night. And they burned her in a huge bonfire." Her mom let the words sink in. Whoever did it still hasn't been caught. Hearing this felt like the floor fell out from under Rachel. Her world fell apart. Now, everything from the night before made sense sickeningly. They smelled no college party bonfire. Mom mentioned that fire. A man chased them and was the killer. The murdered woman's body was likely in that fire. They were just 100 meters from a killer dumping his victim's body. Scary thought. They likely witnessed the killer set the fire and start this horrific act. What if that man caught them? Were they to continue spying on him over the hill without Rachel's noise, what would he have done to them? Rachel broke down and told her mom everything from the night before. Horror struck her mother. Rachel called Molly immediately to tell her what she had learned. Caller Molly went hysterical. They realized how close they were to disaster. They presented their case to the police. They best described the man, but it wasn't much. They feared the dark. All they knew was that he was average-sized and probably in his 40s. It wasn't specific. Fortunately, police caught the killer 48 hours later. Not because of the girl's description, but luck. Police saw the victim's car driving around town. Car stopped, and the driver was the killer. After arrest, he confessed. Not surprisingly, Rachel and Molly never saw that cemetery the same. They feel lucky when they think about that night. Rachel's accidental noise as they approached the fire may have saved them. One accidental sound made them pause, reconsider, and turn around to leave. That saved them because if they had crested that hill and met the killer, they may have both died in that bonfire. I served in the military before starting this channel and telling strange, dark, and mysterious stories online. 7 years as Navy SEAL. I thought that was my life's purpose and career. Getting hurt made it not the right fit for me in the long run. The rest is history after I left the service. My military experience includes many funny stories about our brutal training and some scary stories about my overseas service. Experiencing my first deployment to Afghanistan has always stood out to me as a special memory. That it's not a war story helps it stand out. The Navy SEAL training took almost 3 years of my life. An arduous process. I finally arrived. SEAL Team 2 in Virginia was my East Coast assignment. We immediately started training for our first deployment and learned we were going to Afghanistan. This was in 2013, when going to Afghanistan meant fighting. There were active combat operations nationwide. Navy SEALs and other direct combat units want war. You've spent years training for it, not because you're a warmonger or love violence. You want to prove yourself and do your best after all your hard work. Thus, I was preparing for battle. It was deployment day. In a typical SEALs flight, the team isn't sent out together. It's unsafe. That plane crash could kill a platoon. You're sent out in small batches, sometimes on civilian flights for the first leg. I flew to South America with 2 other SEALs dressed as civilians. From there, we took a military transit flight into Afghanistan. I was focused throughout. The end. I've prepared for this. Here goes. The last leg of the trip, the flight into Afghanistan, was on that military plane. The military pilots made 2 changes when we entered active war zone Afghan airspace. A dark red replaced the aircraft's white overhead lights. They then told us to avoid windows over the intercom. We were approaching the most dangerous part of the flight, landing. You didn't want to sit next to a window if the plane was shot at from the ground. It wouldn't matter where you were sitting if the plane was hit by a rocket-propelled grenade, but it was a stark reminder that we were about to enter a war zone. Also intense was landing these large transport planes in combat zones. They needed to minimize ground-level small arms fire at them. Lower people are more vulnerable. They would land combatively. They would dive straight down toward the runway and pull up at the last second to land abruptly. It was rough. We were on this crazy landing, red lights glowing, everyone tucked away from the windows, and my mind kept repeating, "Okay, we're ready for Afghanistan." Fob Shank is a well-fortified base where we landed safely. The massive ramp at the back of the plane lowered after taxiing. Since my gear had been shipped on pallets weeks earlier, I grabbed my pack. I had only my backpack. I and a teammate walked down the ramp onto the tarmac. We existed. First sighting of Afghanistan. I didn't see the country the first time because the plane windows were tiny portholes and we were told to avoid them. Honestly, standing there and looking around was breathtaking. Afghanistan's beauty is astounding. These massive snow-covered mountains and beautiful wide-open fields surrounded us 360 degrees. The land appeared unspoiled. The jagged scar on the earth was the NATO base, where war was launched. Contrast was striking. I didn't understand. This place was too beautiful to fight. That feeling did not last. We were quickly led to a holding area, grabbed our gear, and loaded into MRAPs or heavily armored military vehicles. These are IED-resistant 50-ton beasts. We drove from that big base to a smaller, more remote, forward-operating base in the sticks. It was more vulnerable, and we would operate there for 6 months. Our new home arrived late that night. This primitive outpost was in the middle of nowhere. When we arrived, the SEAL team we were replacing was finishing their deployment. There were interpreters who are crucial to the war effort. These interpreters were mostly 20-somethings who had worked on these bases with American units for years. They couldn't leave the base because they worked with NATO. As traitors, the Taliban and other militant groups targeted them. These interpreters believed that working with NATO would allow them to leave Afghanistan and immigrate to the US. Some fulfilled that promise. And these guys were tough. They fought more than most soldiers. They witnessed some incredible events. I met our partner force and interpreters right away because my platoon role involved working closely with them. SEAL Team 8, already there, was crazy. There had been 6 months of fighting. These huge men with massive beards seemed unconcerned about everything. My first night, I was super green. I met with one of our interpreters to learn the scope and expectations. We discussed possible operations and got to know each other. This 25 or 26-year-old interpreter leaned in and said, "Bro, bro," and they all used American slang they picked up from being around young soldiers and Marines all day. He asked, "Bro, have you heard the story of what was in the cave in Kandahar? We were in a different province." I soon learned that local interpreters and soldiers had a persistent, almost legendary story about a giant, big humanoid creature that lived in a cave in Kandahar's mountains. Afghanistan has endless mountains and caves. Humans have probably never explored many of these caves in remote areas. Indeed, this interpreter was serious. He declared, "Bro, I'm telling you, it's real. There was a giant up in the caves in Kandahar. Have you heard about this?" He seemed curious and wanted to know more. It planted a seed in my mind without further discussion that night. This interpreter, who had seen real combat and was not prone to fantasy, believed this weird story. The idea stuck. Many years later, I'm out of the military and writing strange, dark, and mysterious stories online. At the start of the channel, I was thinking about what stories to tell, and remembered the Kandahar giant. It seemed like a good idea to investigate what my interpreter was saying. I found this treasure trove of testimony from a specific group of Green Berets, a special forces team that had a very real and very strange encounter in Kandahar caves. One soldier, anonymously known as Mr. K, due to fear of repercussions for speaking out, gave shocking testimony about what they saw. I wanted to compile all the notes and tell my interpreter's story from years ago. I'll repeat that story tonight. An Army infantry unit patrolled Kandahar in 2002. Imagine huge, snow-covered peaks and deep valleys. In 2002, these patrols searched for Taliban hideouts and cave systems or enemy fighters in valleys below. These patrols were routine. Soldiers, regardless of branch, update their superiors while on patrol. Routine or not, most operations are planned. Everything is planned: when you arrive, how long you'll stay, your goals, when you leave, and how you'll leave. It's organized. This infantry unit patrolled routinely. However, their higher command lost contact with them mid-mission. A red flag was raised immediately. A unit's communications were sometimes lost. It's hard to send radio signals across huge mountain ranges with imperfect equipment. Usually, lost communications are recovered quickly. A long time passed without this unit's response. As the higher command debated whether to send a quick reaction force or air assets to find them, something even more alarming was noted. The unit went silent without calling a TIC first. A TIC troops in contact indicates a gunfight. This step is crucial. If you're shot, your command doesn't know. Call it in. A support system activates when you do. Air support, medical evacuation, and reinforcements may be needed. Someone on the ground yells tick, tick, tick into the radio when a firefight begins. Everyone is on alert to help. Soldiers call in ticks too quickly because they're like cheat codes for overwhelming support. An engagement of this magnitude rarely goes unreported. To have an entire unit go silent without calling in a tick was strange. It meant it was either a massive, unprecedented radio failure or something else that didn't fit combat patterns. After a while, the Army decided to send an elite unit to find the unit. The mission was given to the Army's top special forces, the Green Berets. Mr. K was in that Green Beret detachment. Mr. K's small team of Green Berets took helicopters to the remote Kandahar area where the infantry unit was last seen. The landing was as rural as it gets. Only the occasional mud hut existed. That mountain range was vast and empty. It can feel like another planet. There was nothing to see. All around was a wasteland, no locals or Americans. People knew the search area was huge and the terrain was rough. Hiking through the mountains to find the missing soldiers would be difficult for several days. Each carried a heavy pack of ammo, water, and gear. They hiked the missing unit's rough route. Hiking through the mountains yielded nothing. For several days, they hiked all day. They had a few distant enemy encounters, but nothing major. They were searching for missing soldiers, not fighting. Hiking, they searched the landscape for clues. Days went by with no results. On their fourth day of searching, Mr. K and his team saw a goat trail ahead while walking through a mountain range. The narrow path climbed and crossed the mountain. So they took it. No intelligence led them there, but it was a trail which was easier to walk on than the rocky terrain they had been navigating. They thought they'd follow it across, get a better view, and spot something in the next valley. Therefore, Mr. K and the Green Berets started up the winding goat trail. As they walked, they saw plastic and metal fragments on the path. They were initially unidentified. While climbing, they realized these were military equipment fragments. Radios and other equipment from an American infantry unit were included. Their senses were primed. The men had rifles ready, including Mr. K. They climbed the trail more cautiously, knowing they were on the right track, but that they could face danger. On top of this mountain, what would they find? Bloody ambush grounds? Surviving unit members? Unaware. Evidence increased as they hiked. Large radios and military backpacks were found. They found uniforms with name tags and unit patches. They now knew the uniforms belonged to the unit they were looking for. They had found their first real lead, and it looked bad. They reached Trail's peak. Green Berets are the world's best trained soldiers. Regardless of how bizarre, their training would take over. They would have moved precisely and confidently, ready for anything. After climbing the trail, Mr. K and his team reached a flat plateau. 3 massive cave entrances opened up onto the plateau like front porch doors as the mountain rose above it. More military equipment was scattered on this plateau, but this time it was different. Some bones were human. Human bones were scattered. No one was here. If the missing unit were here, something terrible had happened to them. Green Berets set up defensive positions around the plateau immediately. It was imperative to clear those caves. Inside were survivors? The perpetrators were inside? To investigate, Mr. K and his shooting partner had to approach a cave entrance. The team supplied cover and watched all angles as they crossed the plateau silently. Mr. K entered with his partner. A huge opening could be walked into, but it was dark inside. It took a few steps into the cave for his eyes to adjust to the darkness. Trying to spot anything, he noticed a sheer drop inside the entrance. Cave floors fell into deep pits. Though he stopped in time, he couldn't see the bottom in the darkness. As he stood up, he saw movement in the cave's back, across the deep crevasse. On instinct, Mr. K raised his rifle to shoot. He was stopped by a huge spear, like a javelin, flying out of the darkness. Impaling his partner, Soldier Dan, sent him flying backward out of the cave entrance. The team witnessed it. A huge humanoid creature bounded out of the cave in seconds. It was 12 feet tall, with fiery red hair and beard. It wore animal skins and had 6 fingers and toes on each hand and foot. It jumped the crevasse and stormed the plateau. The Green Berets fired upon it as it ran out, likely to attack the team. In seconds, a hail of bullets killed the massive creature. What happened was beyond anyone's comprehension, but their training kicked in again. Then they rushed to Dan to treat him after the threat was gone and the caves were empty. Too late. He left. The team faced an impossible situation. They had killed a 12-foot giant, lost a man, and hadn't found the missing unit. Team leader called higher command on radio. He responded with, "You have to come get us. I can't even tell you what just happened, but we have a man down, and we have this combatant. You need to get out here, and you need to take this thing too." 2 helicopters soon followed. One was returning the Green Berets and Dan's body to base. Another helicopter's cargo net was huge. They carried the dead giant in the net, attached it to the helicopter's underside, and flew away. Standard procedure for Mr. K and his team was to return to base and debrief the mission. Your after-action report details what happened. Upon returning, something was different. They received no visitors. Just record what they saw and leave it. So did they. They recorded the giant attack. But higher command told them they couldn't include those details in their report. They were told to alter. They were told, "We can't say, you fought a giant in a cave." Change the report. Despite knowing it was a lie, they rewrote the report to say they encountered a normal threat who killed Dan with small arms fire. They had to sign non-disclosure agreements to keep quiet about what they saw in the cave after submitting the false report. After that, they were told to forget. When they tried to find more information, all official reports about that operation were heavily redacted or classified. No one told Mr. K what happened to the missing infantry unit. It was all a black hole mystery. In 2016, 14 years have passed. K decided to reveal the truth. He thought it was wrong to hide what happened and how his friend Dan died. They agreed after talking to his teammates. He told his story because of that. When he did, he found other military personnel had seen the giant. At the airfield where the giant's body was brought, pilots saw a 12 to 15 foot tall creature with 6 fingers and 6 toes loaded onto a transport plane. They were told to never mention it and to remove it from their reports. Everyone who encountered this creature was sworn to secrecy, and the government tried to hide it. The story confuses me. Some part of me wants to trust Mr. K and others. I remember my grounded interpreter in Afghanistan believing something strange was living in those caves. Perhaps possible. You feel like anything could be hidden in those mountains in that ancient alien landscape. With an infantry unit still missing and a Green Beret who was killed in action, his team wants the truth about his death told. Government concealment seems obvious. They may be hiding something, but this story seems to have more to it. Much obliged for watching. Leave a comment on today's episode. We have a whole playlist of true crime episodes to binge from. Next time. Farewell. As usual, 5-6-year-old Yoshika Yasutake dusts a piano in her family's small, clean Helmsley home on the 15th of April, 2018. Yoshika lifted the piano lid and dusted each key after dusting the outside. However, she was careful not to press any keys accidentally and make a sound. She wanted to avoid that. Yoshika always dreaded going to the piano when she cleaned the house because she was afraid of making a sound. Yoshika lowered the piano lid after dusting it inside and out, then dusting each book in a bookcase next to a window. As she did, she heard birds chirping, cars driving, and people talking out the window. After hearing this, Yoshika stopped dusting and looked out the window at the beautiful town. All the roadside stone cottages were glowing in spring sun. Yoshika felt sad about all the things she was missing as she looked out and listened to her village. Yoshika was a world-class pianist. She played packed symphony halls after studying at London's Royal College of Music. Sometimes royal family members were in the audience. She was huge. Yoshika stopped playing the piano after her younger sister Rina returned home. Yoshika became angry when she thought of Rina and turned to stare at her closed bedroom door. Just briefly, Yoshika wished Rina hadn't come home. Because since Rina came home, Yoshika's family seemed to have prioritized nothing else. Only Rina mattered. Yoshika, Rina, and Takahiro, their 51-year-old brother, comprised the Yasutake family. The 80-year-old mother of the three siblings lived with them. Their father died several years earlier. Yoshika and Takahiro were impressive in different ways. Both Yoshika and Takahiro were great pianists and writers. But Rina was better. Rina could speak Greek, Latin, English, Japanese, and her own dialect with a grammar system. Rina was an amazing artist, and everyone wanted her paintings. Rina refused to sell. Maybe she did, but rarely. But that only hyped her art. Getting a Rina painting was so valuable. Rina received scholarships to prestigious private schools as a child, and after graduating high school, she received a full-ride scholarship to Cambridge, one of the world's top universities. Everyone thought Rina would become a world-famous artist. There was something dark inside Rina that no one could identify. Only when she had sudden outbursts of anger did people see this side of her that didn't fit with the rest of her. These anger outbursts were brief, so people dismissed them as a sign of extreme genius. Her brain sometimes couldn't handle how smart she was, and she got mad and frustrated. Rina was completely different when she returned home after graduating from Cambridge. It was like something inside her broke and stayed broken. Rina, had a sudden outburst of anger 2 days after returning home. Rina's rage persisted. After days of rage, her family asked her what was wrong. However, Rina refused to discuss it. Rina eventually locked herself in her family home bedroom and refused to speak to her family for weeks. Rina was different when she emerged after several weeks. She rarely spoke to family members unless necessary. She rarely left the house or her room unless necessary. This was not Rina's post-college phase. It became Rina's life. She stayed in that bedroom for decades, so much so that the family's neighbors didn't know she existed. Yoshika returned to the books on the shelf after staring at her sister's closed bedroom door. She cleaned the house after dusting them. She dropped the duster, and Yoshika quietly tiptoed to Rina's closed bedroom door. She knocked softly. Rina hated loud noises, so Yoshika couldn't play the piano because it disturbed her. After Yoshika's light knock, she mentally counted to 30. Rina told her not to come in right away. If you knock and wait 30 seconds, I may let you in. Yoshika mentally counts 1, 2, 3. Then Rina tells Yoshika, okay, you can enter, from inside the room. Slowly turning the knob, Yoshika opened her sister's bedroom door. It revealed this pitch-black room. Small, cramped space. Rina sat silently on her bed with all the shades and blinds drawn. So Yoshika kept her head down and avoided looking at Rina. She wanted to avoid upsetting her. Yoshika entered the room and picked up Rina's dirty dishes from the table. Yoshika turned and left again. As she did, she glanced at Rina's bedroom project. Rina had told her family she was doing this master's work, but wouldn't say more. To work on this masterwork, she needed a dark room, a quiet house, and complete focus. Family support was needed as she did this. Rina never defined this masterwork. She said it was special and combined all her life's elements. Spirit, body, soul. Even the family would build this masterpiece. Rina replied, oh, you'll know when the time is right, when her family asked how they could help her make this master work. Yoshika couldn't see the master work, so she turned her head back down and shuffled out of Rina's room, closing the door. Yoshika then went to the kitchen and dumped Rina's dishes in the sink, which was already clean because Rina's rule was to keep the house clean. Clean dishes, no dust. It had to be perfect. She could only work on this masterwork if she was always clean. Her brother Takahiro entered the kitchen as Yoshika cleaned and dried Rina's dishes and put them away. He would tell Yoshika they should leave the house and go to the market to buy Rina some supplies so she could keep working on this master work. Since everything was about Rina, Yoshika was furious that they had to do this. She hid her feelings and told her brother to let go. Takahiro viewed Rina differently than Yoshika. Yoshika hated Rina because now that she was home, she had to give up her career as a great pianist to help Rina with her master's work. However, Takahiro was happy to give up writing to support Rina. Because he believed in Rina and thought her master work would be the greatest art in human history, Takahiro was proud to participate. Takahiro and his family didn't know what this masterwork was. Takahiro and Rina got along better than Yoshika and Rina. Rina told Takahiro what she needed to build this masterwork. Rina told Takahiro what she needed that day, so he and Yoshika went to get it. Takahiro and Yoshika donned jackets and left. After getting out there, they both flipped their collars up, covered their faces, and leaned down. Because they avoided eye contact with others. This family was already private, but Rina told them to be even more private and not interact with others. They would hide when out in public. Yoshika and Takahiro went to the pharmacy. They sneaked in and bought surgical spirits, a medical alcohol. After buying that, the brother and sister put their collars back up and went outside to an old used bookstore to buy a palm reading book which uses hand lines to predict the future. When the brother and sister bought this book, they kept their heads down and didn't speak to the cashier. The brother and sister rushed home after getting their book. They arrived to find the door locked. Instead of opening their own door, the brother and sister knocked and waited. They heard 4 locks turning when their mother came to the door. Yoshika and Takahiro entered, closed the door, and locked the 4 deadbolts. Rina insisted that no family member carry a house key. It was too risky to lose the key in town and have someone enter their house and see Rina's work. They could not allow that. No one had keys. Each return home required knocking. Rina was worried about someone entering the house and seeing what she was doing, so they had 4 locks on the door. To Rina's closed bedroom door, Yoshika carried the bag with the surgical spirits and palm reading book. Yoshika placed the bag outside the door, turned around, and left without knocking. As she did, she heard Rina's door open slightly. Yoshika turned around and saw a tiny, skinny arm reach out from behind the door. The bag was grabbed and pulled back into the room, closing and locking the door. Helmsley was a quiet village where unusual events were noticed. Stone houses were older than trees, and the residents had lived in the valley for generations. Their quiet lives were nice. But the Yasutakes had always puzzled them. They were polite when they spoke, but they were so rare they could have been ghosts. They moved to the UK years ago and settled in this small cottage. The town initially liked them because their sister was a famous pianist and their brother was a writer. But the family had cloaked themselves in silence for years. They were like a fortress in a quiet English town. 3 days later, on the 18th of April 2018, Yoshika was reading in the kitchen when she heard her brother Takahiro talking to Rina. Takahiro and Rina were no longer talking face to face. Rina was in her bedroom with the door closed, and Takahiro was sitting on the ground with his back to the door talking to her. Unlike Yoshika and Rina, who had a bad relationship and rarely talked, Takahiro and Rina had a good relationship and did this often. They talked for hours through the door. Yoshika briefly ignored her brother and sister's chatter and returned to her book. However, she started hearing her brother's words, which was strange. After putting down her book, she started listening to Takahiro. His question was how to do that without making sense. How? Your soul alone. How? How? Yoshika sensed her brother's confusion and possible upset. She couldn't resist. She put her book down, and Yoshika walked out to the living room, looking down at her brother for a hint. He and Rina stopped talking when Takahiro saw Yoshika and shook his head, stood up, and left. After Takahiro left, Yoshika quietly walked over to Rina's bedroom door and pressed her ear against the wood to see if she could hear Rina and catch something she was saying to explain what she had heard. But all she heard was Rina slowly shuffling toward her bed in the back of her bedroom. Complete silence followed. Yoshika left the door and returned to the kitchen to read again. She could not focus on the book because a wave of sadness was washing over her. Yoshika felt this way because she was thinking about how close she and Rina were as kids. Very close for most of their lives. Even after Rina became reclusive, they remained friends. But something happened 5 years earlier in 2013 that ended their relationship forever. Rina came out of her bedroom that day, and Yoshika offered to read her palm. The sisters occasionally did this for each other. It helped them bond. Rina extended her hand, and Yoshika traced a long horizontal line on her palm. Rina had unusual hands. Simian lines on palms are rare. Rina had one. It resembles a hand-length horizontal line. Simian lines in palm reading can be good or bad. It may indicate a mystic or visionary. So that's good. It could mean they're aggressive or have a terrible disease. The downside, Rina thought her simian line was good. She claimed visionary soul. On this day in 2013, the family was banned from a local supermarket because Rina got upset with some staff members and screamed and yelled at them. So they were banned. Yoshika contemplates this and looks at Rina's palm, saying the simian line. You may have been aggressive at the supermarket because of this. Perhaps you're aggressive. However, Rina was so offended that she whipped her hand back and yelled at Yoshika, calling her an idiot and saying, you don't understand my vision. I'll show the world this vision someday, and you and those grocery store idiots won't understand. Rina then punched and kicked Yoshika. Yoshika screams and defends herself. Takahiro, the brother, ran in to separate them. Rina was prone to angry outbursts, but this was her first physical attack. So Rina's mother worried she had a condition that caused her to lash out physically. Rina went to the doctor. The doctor would say, there's no physical cause. However, Rina appears to be having a mental breakdown and needs psychiatric treatment. Maybe even hospitalization. Rina rejected treatment and blamed Yoshika for everything. Rina stopped leaving her bedroom after that. She used to leave every couple of months, but now she stays 24/7. Rina added all these new rules for her family to follow so she could focus on her masterwork in her bedroom. Nobody had house keys and added those 4 locks to the door. The family was also instructed to learn Rina's new Japanese dialect. None would understand what they were saying. It would further shield them from outside evils. Rina also made sure her family got rid of their phones, TVs, and computers. Yoshika sat in the kitchen longer, thinking about how sad she was to lose contact with her sister. Yoshika regretted her simian line remarks. As usual, Yoshika pushed her feelings for Rina down and returned to reading her book. Yoshika saw her brother Takahiro sitting against Rina's bedroom door more often than usual, carrying on hushed conversations with Rina for several weeks. Yoshika noticed Takahiro cooking all Rina's meals. Takahiro seemed to have taken over cooking Rina's food from their mother. Yoshika collected Rina's dirty dishes because she was in charge of cleaning the house. As soon as Takahiro started cooking for Rina, Yoshika noticed more food on her plates. Rina was eating less than usual. This alarmed Yoshika. Rina was small already. Only 90 pounds, she was 4 foot 11 inches tall. Yoshika worried that she must eat. She is too small to skip meals. One day in mid-May, Yoshika entered Rina's bedroom and saw that all her dishes were full of the food she had been given. She hardly touched them. Yoshika actually never spoke to Rina in the bedroom. But she couldn't resist this time. Without looking at Rina Yoshika, she gathered up the plates of food and told her to eat more. Rina remained silent. Yoshika turned and left the room quickly. After that, Takahiro told Yoshika, "Rina doesn't want you in her room again. Rina will now put your dishes outside the door. Thus, you avoid entering that room." Around the same time, Rina, who usually only left her bedroom to use the bathroom, started doing so at night when her family was asleep to avoid them. Rina had almost no family interactions by this point. Rina sent Takahiro and Yoshika to the store more and more in early August to buy surgical spirits and medical alcohol. Takahiro and Yoshika didn't know what Rina was doing with these surgical spirits, but they bought them to support her. They would return home with these bottles, and Takahiro would barely open Rina's door to tuck the bottle in before Rina took it. Rina would never give them her empty bottle after the door closed. The bottle went in and stayed. Takahiro and Rina appeared to fight on the 18th of August, 2018. Yoshika was in the kitchen when she saw Takahiro sitting against Rina's bedroom door having a quiet conversation. Takahiro stood up, turned around, and yelled into the door. "I said your soul was insufficient." After Rina replied, Takahiro said, "No, please." He seemed to be pleading with Rina to reconsider. Takahiro opened Rina's bedroom door and walked inside before Yoshika could ask him what was wrong, and the house went silent. The room was too scary for Yoshika to enter. She stayed in the kitchen and listened. It was quiet for 15 minutes. Takahiro left Rina's bedroom and closed the door, looking calm. Yoshika looked over and asked what was going on. Takahiro would smile and tell Yoshika, "Rina's masterwork is almost done." Takahiro then asked Yoshika if she remembered Rina saying her master's work would require family help. However, she said, "We will know when to participate." Yoshika replied, "I remember." "Now is the time," Takahiro said. Takahiro told Yoshika to get more surgical spirits at the store. Yoshika followed him without question. They bought 3 times as much surgical spirits at the store. After they got home, Takahiro alone went into Rina's bedroom with surgical spirits. He closed the door, and Yoshika sat in the kitchen for 10 minutes until Takahiro returned without the surgical spirits. He would approach Yoshika and say Rina is ready to reconcile. Sitting by the door and talking to her will let you help her create her masterwork. This news frustrated and relieved Yoshika. She never thought it fair that Rina had completely cut her off after her 2013 palm reading simian line joke. Rina also made Yoshika's life difficult for years. Yoshika had to give up her piano dreams, friends, and life goals to support Rina. Despite that, Yoshika missed Rina deeply. They used to be close. She wanted that relationship back. First, Yoshika sat against Rina's closed bedroom door and didn't say anything. Rina also said nothing. But then the floodgates opened and Yoshika began crying about how her and Rina's relationship had gone south and how she wanted to fix it. Now, when Yoshika would talk through the door to Rina, like when she was trying to open it to drop something off, Rina would usually start banging on something inside the room to tell her to stop and leave. Yoshika spent her time pouring her heart out to Rina through the door, but she noticed no pounding from inside. She was heard by Rina. Next day, Yoshika and Takahiro went to the store again and bought more surgical spirits to bring back to the house. This time, Yoshika was allowed to enter Rina's bedroom. Rina was on the bed when Takahiro and Yoshika entered the dark bedroom. Takahiro showed Yoshika what to do as they approached her. The final step of Rina's master's project. They had to rub Rina's body with surgical spirits. Yoshika didn't understand why they were doing this, but she respected Rina's plan and was happy to be part of creating this master work, so she didn't ask any questions. After rubbing alcohol on Rina for about 10 minutes, the brother and sister left, closed the door, and Yoshika sat down against the door and poured her heart out to Rina again. It was very therapeutic. In many ways, Yoshika was happy again. She was finally fixing her relationship with Rina. Yoshika's daily routine changed over several weeks. After getting all these surgical spirits, she and her brother would rub them on Rina, and then Yoshika would chat with her through the door all day. All done. After Yoshika and Takahiro applied these surgical spirits to Rina's body on the 25th of September 2018, Yoshika told Rina she had a special surprise for her. Yoshika was in a good mood today because she was feeling good about her new relationship with her sister and because she and her brother usually didn't talk to the pharmacist who sold the surgical spirits because they tried to hide and make it clear they weren't talking. On this day, the pharmacist was talking to Yoshika. Yoshika decided to respond. Their conversation lacked substance. Finally, the pharmacist asked Yoshika why she was buying surgical spirits. Yoshika would say, "They are for my sister Rina, who needs more and more of them every day. She is working on something special, but we don't know what it is, but this is part of it, and we know it will be worth it." For Yoshika, who had little social contact, this conversation was great, even though it seemed pointless. She felt ready to do something special for Rina when she got home. After Yoshika and Takahiro left Rina's bedroom with surgical spirits, Yoshika surprised Rina. Yoshika went to the family piano near Rina's bedroom. Yoshika was nervous, but she sat on the bench, opened the lid, and touched the keys. Yoshika was surprised to learn that she would play the Waltz of the Flowers, a classical piece inspired by the composer's love for his sister. Yoshika thought this was the perfect song to perform in this house for Rina. She will know I adore her. Yoshika played the song, listening for Rina to bang something to stop her. Yet again, she did not. It was quiet. Yoshika played this lovely song. When it happened again, Yoshika waited for Rina to yell or be mad about playing loud music in the house. It was quiet, though. Yoshika felt close to her sister again, and she soon started crying with joy. But Yoshika heard a bang when she closed the piano lid. It wasn't from Rina's bedroom. Coming from the front door. Yoshika heard a scream outside the front door moments later. Police speak. Before Yoshika could open the door, her mother ran there. She opened all 4 locks, but only opened one crack and yelled at the police to leave. Police were pushing on the door to get the mother out of the way. Yoshika moved over and looked through the crack and saw more than 2 police officers. It was an army of police, firefighters, and EMTs. There was an ambulance. Soon, the police officer yelling, "Open up," pushed and opened the door completely. A uniformed horde flooded the home. As soon as the officers entered the house, they opened every door as if looking for something. Finally, they opened Rina's bedroom door. Once they did, Yoshika watched the officers stop at the doorway. They cursed, yelled, and looked away. Officers then entered Rina's bedroom. 1 minute later, they started talking on the radio. Emergency medical personnel entered the house with a stretcher. After entering Rina's bedroom, Yoshika, Takahiro, and their mother watched the stretcher return with officers and technicians. Rina was stretchered, and she looked awful. Her eyes were rolled back in her head, and her skin was translucent. She looked like a skeleton. The events in that family's home became international news. And not because Rina was secretly painting a masterpiece in her bedroom. The facts are here. Rina stopped eating in April 2018. She said she only needed her visionary soul nourished. Because of her visionary soul, she didn't need food. Yoshika overheard Takahiro telling Rina, "Only your soul how?" He was trying to figure out how Rina's soul would sustain her. It made no sense. 4 months later, on August 18, Yoshika heard her brother and sister talking through the bedroom door again. Except today, Takahiro stood up and yelled through the door, "I told you your soul was not enough," sounding like he was fighting with Rina. He then broke into Rina's bedroom and stayed there in silence for 15 minutes before calmly telling Yoshika that Rina is almost done with her master's work and we just need to get her more surgical spirits. Takahiro actually yelled at Rina through the door because she wasn't responding to his attempts to talk to her. His suspicion was that she wasn't eating. He shouted at her and barged into a room to find Rina unresponsive. No movement, no speech. He stood there, unsure what to do. As Takahiro stands there, he realizes the time. Get involved now. Takahiro left the bedroom with Yoshika and went to the pharmacy to get more surgical spirits. When they returned, Takahiro alone covered Rina's bedroom in these spirits. Because she had asked him to do that before, and he thought she needed more spirits now that she couldn't talk or move. Her visionary soul will nourish her while she finishes this master work. For the next month, Takahiro and Yoshika applied these spirits to Rina's body, believing they were helping her finish her masterwork. On September 25, while Yoshika and Takahiro were buying more spirits at the pharmacy, the pharmacist finally spoke to Yoshika because he had noticed that these surgical spirits smelled bad every time they came in. It smelled terrible when they arrived this day. The pharmacist finally asked Yoshika what these surgical spirits were for. Yoshika gave this weird answer about how the spirits were for her sister and she was working on her masterwork in her bedroom and it would be worth it. After Yoshika and Takahiro left that day, the pharmacist was so alarmed that he called the police. The police found Rina not building a masterwork in her bedroom when they arrived at the family home. She had been dead in bed for 6 weeks. Rina died around August 18 when Takahiro entered and found her unresponsive. So Yoshika and Rina never reconciled. Why Takahiro told Yoshika that Rina was ready to reconcile with him is unknown. Rina was dead at the time and would not have said anything. Yoshika had fake heart-to-hearts with her sister through the door and played her fake music. From August 18th until September, when the police broke into their home, Yoshika and Takahiro spent nearly every day rubbing this strange medical alcohol on their dead sister's body because they believed she wanted it. Alcohol was actually mummifying her body. The conditions inside that room must have been unimaginable to outsiders in the weeks before the police discovery. Yasutake family saw it as their reality. Because of their prolonged isolation, their minds had adapted to a different set of rules. They didn't see a medical emergency when Rina stopped talking. A spiritual shift occurred. They did not see death when she froze. They saw her genius in action. The bulk surgical spirits they bought were chemical preservatives. The body decomposes naturally after death. But Takahiro and Yoshika were constantly applying this highly concentrated alcohol to her skin, drying out the tissues before the bacteria could break them down. They were unknowingly performing an ancient preservation ritual. They kept her skin, hair, and body from breaking down. This showed them the masterwork was working. They felt validated every day when they entered that dark room and saw that her body was not changing normally. They believed these surgical spirits connected her soul to the physical world. Emergency personnel entered that bedroom to a strong surgical spirit smell that stung their eyes. But behind that chemical smell was the smell of a human body kept in a dark room for over a month. Bedroom walls were covered in Rina's art. Strange, complex paintings that moved in the dim light. The floor was covered in philosophy, language, and art books. Rina's bed was in the center. Her body was properly cared for, and she wore her usual clothes. She had brushed her hair and cleaned her face. She was absolutely skeletal. Her skin had tightened over her bones, making her a mummy. Police officers entering that room were unprepared for what they saw. They anticipated a sibling dispute or neglect. They were surprised to find 3 people living with a preserved corpse as if it were alive. The discovery shocked the entire department immediately. To document the scene, forensic investigators had to wear protective gear due to the biological and chemical fumes in the cottage. The town of Helmsley was stunned. They had lived with this quiet family for years. They had seen the brother and sister walking to the shops with collars up and heads down. They knew they were private, but never imagined something so bizarre and tragic was happening behind those locked doors. Local news covered the story, and national and international journalists visited the quiet village. Satellite trucks and reporters flooded the stone cottages and narrow streets, trying to figure out how this could have happened in such a peaceful place. Renus's death investigation was complicated. The first step for forensic pathologists was to determine her death date and manner. However, her body was preserved by surgical spirits, making an autopsy difficult. Normal toxicological tests were difficult due to her tissue chemical changes. After weeks of careful examination, medical examiners found no physical violence or trauma on her body. Strangulation, defensive wounds, and poison were absent. Only that her body had run out of energy made sense. She starved herself to death for spiritual mastery. Attorneys had to decide what to charge the family. The UK has a charge for this: preventing a proper burial. A lengthy prison sentence is possible for this serious crime. Yoshika Takahiro and their 80-year-old mother were arrested and charged with this crime. However, as the legal process progressed, everyone involved realized this was no ordinary criminal case. The family did not act like body hiders. They were honest in interviews. They were completely honest about their actions. They detailed how they cared for Rina, rubbed surgical spirits on her body, and waited for her to finish her master's work to the police. She wasn't mentioned in the past. They felt Rina's presence. The court ordered extensive psychological evaluations for Yoshika Takahiro and their mother. These psychiatrists interviewed one of their most unusual cases. They found no malice in the family. They did not hurt Rina or hide her death for financial gain. They did it out of love and devotion. But their love was filtered through shared delusions. Psychologists diagnosed the family with folie à trois, a rare form of shared delusional disorder. This psychological condition involves transferring delusions from one person to close friends. In this household, Rina was dominant. Her genius, artistic talent, and charisma allowed her to control her siblings and mother. When Rina developed delusions about her soul supporting her body, her family didn't question her. They trusted her completely. Being so isolated from society meant no one to check their reality. No one to tell them their beliefs were impossible. Rina retreated deeper into her room over time, and the family protected her. No one questioned her rules. Communication devices were removed. Her invented language was taught. Lived in complete silence. They formed a belief loop. That loop continued after Rina died. Instead, it adapted. Takahiro could not believe his sister, the genius who would create the greatest art in history, was dead. His mind came up with an explanation for her survival: simply moving on with her master's work. Since Yoshika and their mother were in the same closed loop, they accepted his explanation immediately. The court hearings were solemn. The family appeared fragile and out of touch with courtroom reality. They didn't understand why they were charged. They only followed Rina's instructions. They looked after her. They shielded her. They saw legal proceedings as another outside obstacle they had spent decades avoiding. The defense claimed that trying this family would be a miscarriage of justice. They claimed that the family members were not criminally liable because their mental illness prevented them from understanding Renus's death. After reviewing psychiatric reports, the prosecution agreed. They realized imprisoning this family was pointless. They had no criminal intent or public danger. So the judge dropped all charges against Yoshika Takahiro and their mother. The court found them mentally unfit to stand trial. They were placed with local mental health services instead of jail. I tried to gently bring them back to reality so they could accept Rina's death and grieve her properly. After years, it's unclear if mental health professionals succeeded. Family returned to Helmsley's small stone cottage. 4 locks remain on the door. Light-blocking shades remain. Their neighbors rarely see them. Sometimes they see Takahiro or Yoshika walking to the store to buy groceries with their heads down and collars up, as usual. They no longer buy surgical spirits in bulk because police and medical authorities monitor them. However, they remain quiet and isolated. Many in the village believe the family has never accepted Rinas's death. They believe the family speaks Rina's invented language in that quiet, clean cottage. They maintain absolute silence at home. The empty bedroom makes them think Rina is gone, or that her spirit is still working on the master work that will be revealed. The Yasutaka's tragedy is isolation. It shows how easily the mind can lose touch with reality when isolated. It shows how love and devotion can turn disturbing and bizarre in the dark. Yoshika Yasutake once filled concert halls with her music. Brother Takahiro could create worlds with words. Sister Rina was a genius with the world at her feet. They were all consumed by the darkness of a single room in a quiet English village. The Helmsley Cottage silently commemorates this strange case. People who pass it on their way to the shops or castle ruins often wonder what's inside the windows. They wonder if this silence Rina demanded will last forever, or if the music will return. Death cannot break the family's bond, a shared faith that defied nature and society. The story ends with a quiet return to normal, not a dramatic confession or trial. A family hiding a secret only they know. They wait forever in their silent fortress for a master work that has reached its tragic end. Many thanks for watching. Comment your thoughts on today's episode. And remember, you can binge on our true crime playlist right now. Till next time. See you. Stephen McCulloch was a man who understood the profound value of silence and peace. He was born in Poland in the early part of the 20th century, and his youth was completely stolen by the outbreak of World War II. When the Nazi regime swept across his homeland, Stefan was captured and sent to the Gross Rosen concentration camp in Poland. This was not a regular prison. It was a site of absolute, industrialized brutality. Over 125,000 human beings were held captive inside its walls, and of those, at least 40,000 lost their lives. Stefan spent years of his life in that camp, forced to bear witness to the absolute worst atrocities ever committed against humanity. He watched his fellow prisoners starve, freeze. Against all odds, Stefan managed to survive. When the camp was liberated in early 1945, he chose not to run from the military. Instead, he stayed to work as a translator for the United States Army, using his language skills to help them locate and liberate other concentration camps across Europe. He did this in a desperate attempt to bring some small measure of peace to a broken continent. By 1946, Stefan was completely exhausted. He had seen the absolute worst of what human beings could do to one another, and he wanted nothing more than to leave Europe and start over. His wife had also survived the horrors of a Nazi concentration camp, and together they made the decision to flee Poland. They gathered their 3 young children and made the long journey across the ocean to resettle in Winnipeg, Canada. Winnipeg was a quiet, cold, and welcoming community, and it was exactly what the family needed to heal. For the next 20 years, the McCulloch family lived a very peaceful, ordinary life. Stefan found steady work as an industrial mechanic at a local cement factory. He was good with his hands, quiet, and reliable. His wife took care of the home, and their children made friends and quickly fell in love with their new Canadian community. To anyone who met them, the McCullochs were just a normal, hard-working immigrant family trying to build a safe future. But Stefan carried the heavy, silent weight of his past, and he needed a way to cope with the memories of the war. To find moments of true peace, Stefan turned to a very specific hobby. He became a passionate amateur prospector. In his free time, Stefan would pack up a heavy canvas backpack and travel into the deep, trackless wilderness of Canada. He was not looking to get rich. He was searching the earth for mineral deposits, mostly gold and silver, but the actual act of finding treasure was secondary. The real reason Stefan loved prospecting was the pure solitude. He loved walking for miles through the dense forests, climbing up rugged hillsides, and spending hours completely alone in nature. The silence of the Canadian woods was the only thing that seemed to quiet the traumatic memories of his time in the Gross Rosen camp. When he was out there hacking into the soil and rock with his pickaxe, he felt completely safe. It was his personal therapy. So, in May of 1967, when Stefan had some time off from his job at the cement factory, he decided it was time to plan another prospecting trip. This time, he chose an area called Falcon Lake. Falcon Lake is a fairly large lake located about 100 miles east of Winnipeg. The lake is surrounded by miles of thick, uninhabited forest, and Stefan had heard rumors from other prospectors that there were rich silver deposits hidden in the hillsides surrounding the water. On Friday, the 19th of May, 1967, Stefan got his gear ready. He packed his heavy backpack with food, water, a compass, his maps, a sketchbook, and his prospecting tools. He also made sure to pack his heavy welding gloves and his dark-tinted welding goggles, which he used to protect his hands and eyes from flying rock chips when he was hammering on hard stone. He hugged his wife and kids, said goodbye, and walked out the door. He caught a Greyhound bus from the station in Winnipeg. The ride took about 2 hours, and the bus dropped him off at a small, isolated stop along the highway near Falcon Lake. Stefan walked to a cheap motel nearby, rented a small room, ate a simple dinner in the adjacent cafe, and went to sleep early. He wanted to get a head start before the sun came up. The next morning, which was Saturday, May 20th, Stefan woke up at 5 o'clock. By 5:30, he had checked out of his room. He stood outside the motel doors, adjusting his heavy backpack and securing his pickaxe to his belt. Right in front of the motel was the highway, and on the other side of that asphalt was a wall of deep green trees. Stefan crossed the road and stepped into the dense forest. He did not follow any trails. He wanted to explore areas where other people had not been, so he relied entirely on his compass to navigate, slowly making his way in the general direction of Falcon Lake. For several hours, he walked through the quiet woods. He listened to the birds, smelled the fresh pine, and enjoyed the cool morning air. It was exactly the kind of peaceful escape he had been looking for. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, after hiking for nearly 4 hours, Stefan pushed through some thick brush and emerged into a large, open clearing on the side of a steep hill. When Stefan stepped into the clearing, he immediately realized two things. First, he was very close to the lake. He could look down the hillside, and just a few hundred feet away, he could see the blue water of Falcon Lake sparkling in the morning sun. Second, he realized why there were no trees growing in this particular clearing. Under his feet was a massive, flat face of solid rock. It was a giant quartz vein running straight across the hillside. To an experienced prospector like Stefan, this was an absolute goldmine of potential. It was the perfect place to search for silver. Stefan felt a surge of excitement. He dropped his heavy backpack onto the rock, took out his pickaxe, and pulled his thick leather welding gloves onto his hands. He slid his dark welding goggles down over his eyes to protect them from any sharp fragments of stone. Then he got to work. For the next 2 hours, the quiet forest was filled with the rhythmic sound of Stefan's pickaxe striking the solid quartz. He worked diligently, but as the hours passed, he did not find any signs of silver. By 11 o'clock in the morning, Stefan was starting to feel tired and hungry. He decided it was time to take a break. He laid his pickaxe down on the rock face, took off his heavy leather gloves, and pushed his welding goggles up onto his forehead. He sat down on a flat section of the rock, looking out over the water, and pulled some food from his pack to eat his lunch. The forest was peaceful. The only sound in the distance was the occasional honking of some wild geese down on the surface of the lake. It was incredibly relaxing. Once he finished eating, Stefan packed up his trash, put his gloves back on, pulled his goggles down, and picked up his pickaxe to start working again. About an hour later, around 12:15 in the afternoon, Stefan was still hammering away at the stone. Even though the sound of his pickaxe was very loud, he suddenly heard a strange, chaotic noise coming from behind him. The noise was so loud and unusual that Stefan stopped his swinging pickaxe mid-air. He stood still and listened. It sounded like a massive flock of geese going absolutely wild, honking in sheer panic. Stefan dropped his pickaxe onto the ground, pushed his goggles back up to his forehead, and turned around to look down towards the lake. He saw several geese taking off from the water in a frantic rush, flying away in all directions as if they had been deeply startled by something. But as Stefan watched the birds scatter, his eyes were drawn upward. He saw something that made him completely freeze. Flying slowly and silently across the lake, roughly over the area where the geese had just been, were two bright, glowing red objects. They were completely round, almost cylindrical, and they appeared to be about 30 to 40 feet wide. They did not have any wings, there was no smoke or exhaust trailing behind them, and they were not making a single sound. They were just gliding effortlessly through the air, heading straight toward the hillside where Stefan was standing. Stefan was not a man who easily panicked. Having survived a concentration camp and worked with the military, he was practical and highly logical. His immediate thought was not that he was seeing something from outer space. Instead, he assumed that these had to be some kind of highly advanced experimental military aircraft. Falcon Lake was a very remote area of Canada, and it made perfect sense to him that the government might use this isolated wilderness to test secret technology. So, rather than running away in fear, Stefan felt a deep sense of curiosity. He stood his ground on the rock face and watched as the two glowing red objects moved closer and closer to him. When they were about 200 feet away from where he stood, they suddenly came to a dead stop. They hovered in place, completely motionless in the sky. Then one of the objects changed color, turning from a deep red to a bright, vibrant orange. It suddenly shot straight up into the low-hanging clouds and vanished from sight in a matter of seconds. The second craft did not follow the first one into the sky. Instead, it began to descend. It moved very slowly and deliberately, coming straight down toward the flat quartz rock face where Stefan was standing. Stefan watched this happen with wide eyes. He was completely convinced that the pilots of this experimental aircraft were experiencing some kind of mechanical trouble and were forced to make an emergency landing on the rocks. Stefan thought about his job as an industrial mechanic at the cement factory. He knew how to fix heavy machinery, and he actually started to wonder if he might be able to help the military pilots repair whatever was wrong with their vehicle. The craft slowly touched down on the flat rock, about 150 feet away from Stefan. The moment its bottom made contact with the solid stone, the craft's color shifted. The glowing red faded away, replaced by a smooth, polished metal surface that looked like stainless steel, though it still had a warm orange glow radiating from around its entire perimeter. As the craft settled on the rocks, Stefan noticed a brilliant purple light beginning to shine from inside of it. The light was escaping through several small horizontal slits or holes on the outer hull of the vehicle. These beams of purple light were incredibly intense. They were so bright that they hurt Stefan's eyes, making it difficult for him to look directly at the landed machine. To protect his vision, Stefan reached up and pulled his dark-tinted welding goggles back down over his eyes. With the tinted lenses blocking the glare, he was able to clearly observe the craft. He stood there for a moment, waiting for a hatch to open or for the pilots to step out, but nothing happened. The machine just sat there, humming silently. Stefan remembered that he had his sketchbook and a pencil in his pocket. He decided that since he was witnessing a highly advanced military vehicle, he should document what it looked like. He pulled out his sketchbook and quickly drew a detailed diagram of the craft, noting its shape, the small holes, and the general dimensions. Once he was finished sketching, Stefan put his notebook back into his pocket and continued to wait. Nearly 30 minutes passed, and the forest remained completely quiet. The craft did not move, and no one came out. But then, just as Stefan was beginning to wonder if he should leave, a loud mechanical sound echoed across the clearing. A sliding door on the side of the craft, facing directly toward Stefan, began to open. The door slid back into the hull, revealing the interior of the machine. The inside was filled with that same intense, beautiful purple light, which was now flooding out of the open doorway. Because of the sheer brightness of the light and the distance between them, Stefan could not make out any details of what was inside. He was convinced, however, that the crew was finally preparing to step out. He felt a wave of relief, thinking that he would finally get to speak to the operators of this incredible machine. But once again, minutes passed, and no one emerged from the open door. Stefan's curiosity finally got the better of him. He decided that if the pilots were not going to come out, he would walk over and check on them himself. He wanted to make sure they were not injured or incapacitated inside the craft. He began to walk slowly and cautiously across the flat quartz rock, heading straight toward the open door. When he got to a distance of about 60 feet from the machine, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. From inside the open door, he could hear the distinct sound of two voices talking to one another. The sound was muffled, and he could not make out these specific words, but he was absolutely certain that there were two individuals communicating inside. The cadence of their speech sounded like human conversation. Hearing this, Stefan decided to call out to them. He took a deep breath and yelled in English, asking if they were all right and if they needed any assistance. The very instant his voice echoed across the clearing, the voices inside the craft fell completely silent. Stefan waited, but there was no reply. He called out again in English, saying that he was a friend and that he was there to help if they had experienced a breakdown. Still, there was nothing but silence from the open doorway. Stefan began to think that perhaps the pilots did not speak English. Given his background as a translator during the war, Stefan spoke several languages fluently. He decided to try communicating in other tongues. He raised his voice and called out in Russian, asking if anyone was inside. When that produced no response, he tried calling out in German. Then he tried Italian, French, and Ukrainian. He went through every language he knew, raising his voice so they could hear him over any internal machinery. But no matter what language he spoke, the silence from inside the craft remained absolute. Nobody called back, and nobody moved toward the open door. Stefan stood there feeling highly confused, but he was determined to find out what was going on. He decided to keep walking forward. He stepped closer and closer to the open door, his eyes locked on the brilliant purple light spilling out onto the gray rock. When he reached a distance of about 10 feet from the hull, he stopped again, completely awestruck by the physical appearance of the machine. The craftsmanship was unlike anything he had ever seen in his life, even as a highly experienced industrial mechanic. There were no seams, no rivets, no joints, and no welds anywhere on the surface of the vehicle. The entire outer shell looked as though it had been carved or molded out of a single continuous piece of high-grade steel. There were absolutely no markings, flags, numbers, or insignia of any kind on the outside of the craft that would indicate what country or military branch it belonged to. It was completely smooth and anonymous. Stefan slowly took another step forward, bringing himself right up to the edge of the open doorway and leaned in to look inside. The glare from the purple light was still incredibly intense, even through his dark welding goggles, but Stefan was able to make out a few details of the interior. He did not see any people or seats, but he did see a highly complex control panel located toward the back of the chamber. The panel was covered in dozens of small, rapidly flashing lights that seemed to be operating in some sort of sequence, much like an advanced computer system. He also saw several vertical columns of light that were slowly shifting and moving at odd angles within the room. The air coming out of the open door smelled heavily of sulfur and hot electrical components, a scent that was highly unpleasant. Stefan only had a few seconds to take in these details before the silence was broken. With a sudden, swift motion, the metal door began to slide shut. Stefan realized his opportunity to help was closing, and without really thinking about what he was doing, he reached out his hand and touched the outer hull of the craft. The moment his fingers made contact with the polished metal, Stefan regretted it. He was wearing his heavy, thick leather welding gloves, which were designed to withstand extreme heat and protect his hands from hot sparks. But the instant the leather touched the side of the craft, Stefan felt a massive wave of heat. The thick leather did not catch fire, but it immediately began to melt and dissolve right off his hand. The heat was so intense that it penetrated the glove instantly, scorching his skin. Stefan cried out in pain and began frantically pulling at the wrist of the glove, ripping it off his hand and throwing the ruined, melting leather onto the rock. As he was struggling with the glove, he heard a loud mechanical whirring sound. The massive craft began to rotate in a counterclockwise direction on the rocks. Stefan stumbled backward, trying to put some distance between himself and the moving machine, but he was not fast enough to escape what happened next. As the craft spun, a specific feature on its outer hull rotated until it was pointed directly at Stefan's chest. This feature was a metal grate, which Stefan had actually noticed and drawn in his sketchbook earlier. To picture this grate, imagine a standard air vent that you would see on the wall of a building for heating or cooling. It was roughly the size of a car's license plate, but instead of having standard vertical or horizontal slats, this vent had a complex checkerboard pattern made up of dozens of tiny square buttonholes. Stefan was standing directly in front of this grate when, without warning, a massive explosive blast of gas and heat shot out of the tiny holes. The force of the blast hit Stefan square in the chest and stomach, knocking him completely off his feet and throwing him backward onto the hard rock. The heat was so extreme that it instantly set his clothes on fire. His shirt was engulfed in flames, and his skin was screaming in agony. Panic took over. Stefan rolled around on the rocky ground, frantically clawing at his burning shirt. He managed to rip the buttons open and tear the flaming fabric away from his body, throwing the burning pieces onto the quartz rock. He beat out the small flames that were still clinging to his undershirt and pants, his hands shaking violently with adrenaline and pain. Once the fire was completely out, Stefan lay on his back on the cold stone, panting heavily and gasping for air. He was in absolute agony. He slowly sat up and looked up toward the sky. The massive metal craft had already lifted off the ground. It was shooting straight up into the air at an incredible speed, completely silent, and within seconds it disappeared into the low clouds, leaving Stefan entirely alone in the quiet clearing. The peace of the forest was restored, but Stefan's life had just been changed forever. As Stefan sat there on the rocks, shirtless and trembling, the physical toll of the encounter began to hit him all at once. The pain in his chest and stomach was excruciating, but that was only the beginning. A sudden, blinding headache slammed into his temples, making it almost impossible for him to focus his vision. He was seized by a wave of intense, violent nausea that made his stomach heave. He felt incredibly weak, as if all the energy had been drained from his muscles in an instant. He felt dizzy and delirious, stumbling around on the rocks like a person who was heavily intoxicated. He knew he was in a desperate situation. He was miles deep in the Canadian wilderness, completely alone, severely burned, and barely able to stand. He knew that if he did not find help soon, he would die out there on the mountain. He struggled to his feet, gathered his backpack and his sketchbook with trembling hands, and began the long, agonizing walk back through the woods. The journey back was a living nightmare. What had been a peaceful, beautiful hike in the morning became an endurance test of pure survival. Stefan could barely keep his balance. He would take a few steps, lose his footing, and tumble into the brush. Every few hundred yards, his stomach would violently churn, and he would have to stop and vomit on the forest floor. The pain in his chest felt like he was being pressed by a hot iron, and his head was throbbing so hard that every sound seemed to echo in his skull. He relied entirely on his instinct to survive, pushing himself forward through the thick trees, using branches to prop himself up. It took him nearly 4 hours of constant struggling, but around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Stefan finally saw the tree line thin out. He stumbled out of the woods, crossed the asphalt of the highway, and dragged himself through the front doors of the highway motel where he had stayed the night before. Stefan was in terrible shape. He was completely shirtless, covered in soot, dirt, and sweat, and his chest was marked by a horrific, angry red pattern. He staggered into the motel's cafe, gasping for breath, and leaned heavily against the counter. The staff in the cafe were shocked by his appearance. He was pale, shaking, and could barely form coherent words. Because of how he was slurring his speech and swaying on his feet, the employees initially assumed that he was a drunk who had wandered in from the highway. But when they stepped closer to help him, they realized there was no smell of alcohol on his breath. Instead, Stefan reeked of a powerful, nauseating odor of sulfur and burnt metal. It was a chemical smell so strong that it filled the small cafe. Stefan managed to ask them where the nearest doctor was. One of the staff members told him that the closest medical clinic was 45 miles away. Stefan realized he could not make it that far on foot, and there was no immediate transportation available at the motel. Stefan made a difficult decision. He decided that his best chance of survival was to get back to his family in Winnipeg, where he knew there were major hospitals and people who could take care of him. He dragged himself out of the motel and walked to the nearby bus stop. He waited in agony until the next scheduled Greyhound bus arrived. When the bus pulled up, the driver was hesitant to let Stefan on because of his shocking shirtless appearance, but Stefan managed to pay for his ticket and slumped into a seat in the back. The 2-hour ride back to Winnipeg was a blur of pain, nausea, and semi-consciousness. He spent the entire trip clutching his burning chest and trying not to lose consciousness. Meanwhile, Stefan's family had grown worried when he did not return as expected, and his oldest son Mark was waiting at the bus depot in Winnipeg. When the bus finally pulled into the station, Mark was horrified to see his father stagger off the vehicle, pale as a ghost and barely able to stand. Mark immediately rushed Stefan to the Missouri Cordia Hospital in Winnipeg, carrying him inside. When Stefan lifted his shirt, the doctors were stunned by a perfect, oozing checkerboard pattern of circular burns on his chest. Stefan decided to tell them the absolute truth about the craft. The doctors stood completely speechless. Within 24 hours, the story became a global sensation, attracting the attention of Canadian and United States military and government investigators who found Stefan to be incredibly consistent and credible. Medical tests showed his checkerboard injuries were unique chemical burns, and he suffered from severe radiation sickness. Investigators searched the Falcon Lake site and located the burned landing circle. Near it, they discovered 3 highly radioactive pieces of rare, manufactured silver that had melted into the rock face. Though a natural radium vein ran underneath the rock, explaining some radiation, the processed silver remained an unexplained mystery that the governments could not debunk. Unfortunately, Stefan and his family faced years of severe public ridicule. His children were bullied, and they were accused of lying. Stefan never made a dime from his story, even spending his own savings to print a 40-page explanatory booklet that he gave away for free to keep curious visitors away. Shortly before his death in 1999, at the age of 83, Stefan admitted he deeply regretted speaking out, wishing he had kept his quiet and peaceful life. To this day, no one can explain what really happened at Falcon Lake. Not the doctors. Not the investigators. Not even the government. But this is the part that makes this story annoying. Stefan never changes a single detail. So now I want to ask you, do you think he is telling the truth? Or has he gone through something that no one can understand? Let me know what you think.